Ah, yes. Sweaty metal band. Delicious. Ugh. 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 That, and also it sounds way too close to Rain and Blood. To me anyway. Which, you know, is just Slayer. Because fucking Slayer. And there's one other tab I'd like to open up. Okay. Happened again. I really hate it when people retweet porn on Twitter. Like, I really wish Twitter was better at automatically censoring shit, because every now and again, stuff just, like, ends up on my... What's the word I'm looking for? Every now and again, stuff just ends up on my timeline on Twitter, and it's like, man, if I just happened to be showing that on stream, I'd be deleting my VOD right now. God damn it. Fucking people being horny on main. Is today a Longdeath day? Today is a Longdeath day, so let's get started. Started with Longdeath. All right, Longdeath. Diving in. So, we are caught up with the old timeline, which is good. Living on the moon would actually be pretty fucking depressing. Imagine having an artificial light in a tin can. Okay, so actually, no. Here's a really good way to explain what living on the moon would be like, or living on the Mars. Tygo. Imagine COVID lockdowns, but you live in an underground metal tube. Probably in close proximity with other people that you may or may not get along with. So we do have some quite depressed dwarves in the fort right now. But on the bright side, they've all been more or less behaving themselves. The named dwarves in the fort are Dragon, Letharticus, Anonymo, Merc, Anthony, the Scoid, Malden, Bloodcat, Disco, Diamond Destruct II, Massive, who's still the king, Volleylol, Tygo, Lilem Katsu, Zindros, Stone, Hoshan, Rory, Blue Space Weeb, Red Octobear, Banana, Paranoid Metroid, Do It, Hops the Second, Arch, Jimmy Tibby, Mist, Wait What, Farana, and Navy. The benefit of some of the dwarves being upset in this fort is it means that we have to take a lot of time to let them chill and relax. As for how's the war going, they've invaded us maybe a half dozen times. Maybe. It's not been too bad. We do have this set up, and we can easily drown. Anyway, we can easily drown baddies who come into the fort by simply locking this off once they're inside and then filling it up with lava. It's a self-cleaning device, too. It's pretty powerful. So very excited about that. And, yeah. War is going pretty okay. I can't remember when the last siege was. It was, I want to say, about a year ago from the time of recording. Man, I've got a bunch of, like, random depressed dwarves. I think we're going to be working on that. We're in mid-spring right now, so I'm just going to actually lock the dwarves up into the celebration room and turn on the fountain. Yeah, give these dwarves some lovely water, because I've actually got some pretty depressed dwarves. I need to kind of spot which ones are the upset ones and what we can do to improve this. We'll require astronauts to be antisocial basement dwellers. That, or they'll just be shipped up there with, like, a virtual reality headset. Should go back to the work churn. You have a good time at work churn. Don't churn yourself too badly, you know? Come out the other side, still in one piece, preferably, you know? You know, it's kind of funny. The 27th is the day that I got a sub button originally. Like, it was a 27th that my channel acquired a sub button. And so normally there's, like, a lot of resubs at the beginning of the 27th. Like, I usually start up the stream and just have a rather large number of resubs right at the beginning. And today's been so quiet. There hasn't even been a single resub today. So it's kind of weird. It's, like, almost ghostly. These folks painted all their buildings gray, though, so they're going to be filled with regret. Wait, what? Oh. Living on the moon would be like a A 2010 Zerash. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. All the shades of gray. Well, I mean, just like look at all those games that's like deliver us the moon, but I don't know. Maybe they won't make them all gray on the inside anyway. Have a spot for training, like weapons training? No, but the soldiers can go train outside of the social area. The social area is this room, which is a guild hall, the king's dining room, the tavern, the temple at the top of the tavern, and the library, strictly, and then bedrooms. That's all it actually is. But I can make the soldiers go train if they want to. Fortunately, the soldiers are all pretty mentally sound. But there are a few older soldiers like this one, like Banana, who's a little bit, a little worried. It's like he's just, the only reason this dwarf's depressed is because he keeps getting into arguments with other dwarves, which is a bit of a problem, which is something that we'll just have to kind of deal with, more or less. But, you know, we do have the showers, which are just starting back up, and because it's mid-spring, we don't need to worry too much about showers causing problems because we have a lot of time before we'll need to turn them off. Looks like Banana is going to go attend a meeting. Also, the frame rate's a little bit low. It kind of goes down in the spring because all the animals spawn, but it'll go back up. You know, I feel like the pandemic made people actually into way more artsy, colorful things. Like pastels got really popular, at least in public trends and media during the pandemic, which is kind of nice. It's in the best interest of everyone to make the moon base extremely cozy, like Soviet era building, ugly as sin on the outside, but incredibly nice once you enter the apartment. Yeah, that's like what I've been told about all of those Soviet era buildings. It's like on the outside, it's like, oh, this looks like unfinished concrete, but then you walk into someone's house, it's like, ah, yes, all the walls are pink, and there's like a acrylic sofa on the ground. It's like very cozy little apartments once you get inside. It's just on the outside, they're brutalist as fuck. Could you get a year update? Like for this fortress? We're at war. That's the biggest thing that's changed. Not much else has changed. The humans decided to be full stupid and invade. And that's pretty much it. I don't know what else to update you on, RGs. Like, I can't give you a full list of all the dwarves that have died because I don't know. Like, the last year is a long time. People want to be comforted? Allegedly. I do love the fact that they've been pondering epidemic diseases for a while, though. Have I inflicted on the humans? Several hundred. I don't know what you mean by what sort of casualties. Also, hi, Zakos. Problem which would be most problematic on the moon is the fact that you bring a full complement of medical personnel on standby. Any emergency requires a surgery would be fatal. Yep. Yep. No, because you wouldn't be able to control bleeding. This is a very real problem in The Expanse. I'll have people that... meant the number? No, it's definitely not crippling the humans yet. Although most likely what'll happen is they'll send... a few hundred people a couple of times, and then they'll slow down for a couple of years, and then they'll send more. But I don't think that they have much of a military, because every time they've attacked me, it's been very... What's the word? It's been mostly recruits. Not actually that many trained soldiers. We're the year 411, which means the fort is 406 years old. It's not, when there was a nasty turn and some force closes. So it was year 411 on the other timeline, and I essentially just went back to year 400 because I have a hard backup every 100 years, and it was close enough that we went back. It was kind of between that or basically just lose the fort. So we went back to the recent save to just try and recover it, and we've more or less done that at this point. We're back to where we were. Things are a lot better and seem to be doing a lot better just kind of in general. So still the same fort. The main difference was instead of setting up the murder trap as a water trap, we set it up as a fire trap, so it's self-cleaning, so I don't need to clean it with the dwarves. I more or less underestimated stress because this version of the game that I'm playing Longdeath in is 2 versions behind now, and it's before there was some serious nerfs to the moods of the dwarves and the stress levels of the dwarves. So because there's much higher amounts of stress, and stress is a much bigger concern, I kind of underestimated how careful I needed to be because it had been so long. So it was really my own bad. I should have prepped harder, but it is what it is. It is what it is. The current population of the fortress is 42, including temporary living, and 28. So we do have a couple couples that have been making babies, which is good to see as well. And we do have some depressed dwarves, but like they are mostly just migrants or immigrants, I guess, temporary workers. This dwarf is super strange, Jimmy Tibby, because this dwarf was purple depressed, like as far depressed as a dwarf can be. Utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is her tragic life. And she's like completely bounced back from it and now has no stress, which is crazy. I've never actually seen that before. Yes, I reloaded to 400. Well, technically 405, but, or, yeah, 405. Yes, we reloaded to year 400. It would be either that or I'd have like 3 dwarves left. Basically, unless you build a base that would be big enough for a service industry and usual life with reproduction, life on the moon would be pretty bleak. Of course it would be. Like, which is why I said, like, to me it makes more sense to build a fully automated facility up there with, like, a small handful of caretakers that get cycled out every 6 weeks, instead of, you know, having a permanent base up there full of people. But I don't know, having an automated facility on the moon seems way wiser to me than having people permanently stationed up there. But, you know. What do I know? Quite literally nothing. So most of my knowledge of space comes from Star Wars, so Star Wars and Star Trek. So I'm quite literally an expert. Diecreed. That's a cool last name. Thob Diecreed. D-Y-E, not D-I-E. But yeah, trying to just give these dwarves the opportunity to chill. Umber Sweetness. This is more it's really interesting to see like music from the Fragrant Bear and such, because like we haven't had visitors from the elves in like hundreds of years. Yeah, no, like between the ISS and Earth, yeah. Are really difficult to maintain with other machines? Yeah, that's why I said small team. You have a few people on the moon stationed at all times, and then usually nobody, and then cycle them out pretty frequently with new people, so people don't lose their fucking minds. But it would be quite a financial nightmare, unfortunately. Well, I don't know. I'm just stating that seems like the smart route. Okay, I don't have a solution. I'm just babbling on a subject that I have no education on. So, you know, if you want to just say a thing and then say, nope, that's not the right thing. Okay, you tell me what the right way to store people on the moon is, and I will shut up for the rest of the subject, because clearly I know nothing. Obviously I know nothing. I'm just stating what my stupid brain that knows nothing thinks would be the best option. So if you want to keep talking about living on the moon, cool. I've got nothing else to say, because everything I say is a bad idea and wrong. All right, this is also why I don't work in that industry. And big-ass gacha balls. Hamster balls? Let's just let smart people decide, and we're gonna stop backseat spacing. I think that you may have actually found a legitimate use for gacha balls, RGs. And neither are you or me to have this discussion because everything I say is wrong. This is me trying to change the subject desperately, Tygo. And if you need me to write it down in writing and hand it to you on a piece of paper, I'll do that. But, you know, it's not possible to have a fun conversation about this because, like, you know, we're just talking and blabbing about what is essentially made up science fiction because we have no fucking idea what their plans are. And you're just like, that's a bad idea. That's a bad idea. That's a bad... Okay, fine. Then let's not talk about it because they're all bad ideas. Great. Moving on. Cats, yeah, no. Cats in Dwarf Fortress are one of the biggest causes of frame rate death, and in my opinion, people should just stop bringing cats with them into their fortresses. Because they get stuck behind locked doors. Yep, no, they do in fact enjoy it. If I can find a dwarf that stands next to it for a minute, I can show you the moodlet. Did you just get it? Probably not. No, they get the content feel, but they need to actually get caught in the cloud of mist for it to count. Their cat went to the vet today. Did they get their teeth brushed? I don't know about being praised. I could provide it with a timeout click on the button. Would that work, Tygo? Door issue is a... Always you get cats fixed just like real life. With the door issue is pain, but the door issue is pain, but can be worked around. Oh, you're talking about in Dwarf Fortress. Sorry, when you said cats fixed just like real life, I was sitting here thinking like, we're talking about Dwarf Fortress cats or real life cats. Took me a second, but yes. No, it only becomes an issue if you have them set to be non-pet passable. Like literally, like if you take a door and you set it to be not pet passable like that, the cats will just fuck your frame rate for that. They'll just get stuck behind them and just sit there. Your frame rate will just slow to a crawl because they have too much intelligence and they're thinking too much in Dwarf Fortress, and it literally like they're trying to achieve a goal of walking across your fortress and just can't because they're stuck. Oh, I'm absolutely a doomer when it comes to space exploration, and I largely think it's a complete and total waste of our time, and we shouldn't be doing it. I think we need to be focusing on not destroying our planet. But, like, you know, sending rovers up to Mars is totally fine. We should be doing that. We shouldn't be building bases. We shouldn't be trying to populate other planets. It's a waste of time. We need to be focusing on keeping our planet from exploding. So if you want to be a doomer, I can be a doomer for you. I was just trying to be fun and have a fun conversation about living on the moon in kind of more of a science fiction sense and less of a practical sense about, because, you know, it is a fun subject to discuss, but you are doing your best to make it not fun. So that's the mood that they get. He is relieved being near a waterfall. Sometimes they get, he was content being near a waterfall, but I was close to a waterfall. I am relieved. It's like a forced shower, essentially. They really, really enjoy that. Take them to the repair shop to fix their AI or to fix their ability to breed. I don't like needy cats. I like cats that keep to themselves. Best kind of cats are the cats that you only see when they're really hungry and desperately need food. The ones that disappear for like 5 days on end. But it's not, Piranha. It's not. And if it is, please provide citation as to how it is. We're all gonna die either way, and none of us are rich enough to go to space, so it doesn't really matter. Not that I want to go to space. Again, waste of time. It's not my fault. You guys started this whole subject, and you guys are continuing it. So if you really want to keep talking about this, keep talking about this. I don't think any of you guys actually want to keep talking about this. Living underground in an airtight bunker will cause mass suicide, not fix anybody's problems. Unfortunately not, because people are so fucking committed to talking about stupid space shit. Go watch a Kerbal stream and talk about space shit. Jeez. You like your cats who sleep around on the desk or in your lap in bed? Cats are very people-oriented. Yeah, no, fair enough. I don't like loud, chatty cats that never know when to shush, you know? Loud, chatty cats that just follow you around and meow at you. I lived with one of those for years, and she was obnoxious. Wait, how the hell did that work? It's supposed to be a mod-only command. Huh. Interesting. Bot, that's literally set as a mod-only command. How the hell? Or why? Actually, chat, try typing in the exclamation point SO command. Does it work? Yeah, it's restricted to mods. Interesting. It literally says in here, it's like restricted users, mods and admin. All right. Well, not much I can do. I'm trying to fix this. Save. Animal, can you try shouting out Kerbal shit again and see if it works again? Because it shouldn't. Yeah, no, I disabled that a while ago. There we go. I made it work. Or rather, I fixed it. My bot did update this morning, so I think it maybe broke stuff, but I literally just undid and redid a setting. That's all I just did, so. Banana, how are you doing? Embarrassed upon the lack of dining tables. Have you, like, looked around recently? I mean, it wasn't borked, but you kept using it. Believe it or not, so, like, sometimes people will unsubscribe from a higher tier that, you know, have a tendency to unsubscribe and resubscribe, and I'll just leave the command active. Because why not? There's no reason to not just leave it active for a bit. But, like, you insisted on continuing to use it every day, so I disabled it for you. Like, there's other people who haven't been at tier 3 for, like, months, if not years, and I've just left their commands active because they've stated they'll resub one day. Connection issues at work that you still can't solve? Oh no, Basilisk. But hello. A nuclear sneeze, good day. We're just currently giving the dwarves a bit of a R&R, rest and relaxation, because they kind of need it. A couple of the dwarves are on the stressed side. We've had to endure war for a little bit now. So we're just kind of waiting until the king has demands or requests, and until then we're just leaving them inside for a little bit. Inside of the upper tavern zone. Frame rate's a little rough today for some reason. It gets better and worse. Sometimes it goes down to the 20s. Sometimes it goes up to the 50s. A new fort yesterday? You haven't played in almost a year? What made you start a new fort yesterday? There was somebody commenting pretty recently on one of my videos who's just like, I don't know what day it is, or I don't know what it is, but I suddenly decided to start a new fortress, and now I'm debating on if I should wait for the Steam version. It's like, start a new fortress, do it. Also, hello, Jitterbug. But yeah, no, it's Longdeath is a very slow fort. Very much a lot of just sitting and waiting and letting things work. Play the classic to prep for the Steam version. I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm just so happy that the UI overhaul is potentially going to be coming day and date free on the website, because then when people pop into my stream and say, hey, I want to try Dwarf Fortress, or I want to play Dwarf Fortress, but it costs money, I'll just be like, well, Classic has this update, and here's a tile set for it. Because, like, DF Classic with, let's just say, I don't know, Space Fox tile set, or something a little bit more advanced like Vettelinger's tile set, won't be too far off from Premium. Like, just a nice tile set in Classic with the mouse support and the new UI, I mean, that'll be pretty close. Come and go from DF playing other games and then come back, and then when you want to scratch a colony game itch, it's RimWorld stuff and stuff inspired by DF. Just don't cut it anymore. Did you ever play Odd Realm? How much do we think Premium will cost? You'll gladly pay 40 plus. The current set price, and this is not confirmed, but the current set price on itch, because when you have a page for itch.io that doesn't have a game for sale on it, you have to set the approximate price. The approximate price, or the minimum price, is $30. So, well, Odd Realm might scratch that itch, which is why I ask. Odd Realm has Z levels in the same way Dwarf Fortress does, although I will say that the UI is its own kind of convoluted mess. It has Z levels, cute pixel art. It's kind of like, the way I describe Odd Realm is like, if Dwarf Fortress is Minecraft, Odd Realm is Terraria. It kind of takes similar ideas to Dwarf Fortress, but its execution is completely different. But yeah, it's like a little $15 game. There's also multiple, yeah, I guess, interviews with the dev on my YouTube channel now. He's local to my city, so. But yeah, that's one game that I like to recommend to people to scratch the itch. Also, Songs of Syx scratches a similar itch, even though it's a very different kind of game. Okay. There's a few dwarves up here that I'm a little worried about. But they're getting good thoughts now, hanging out in the tavern up here, which is good. The guy that did Tunic? He's at the... You mean Zakentarn? Rob? Tunic guy's in Nova Scotia, is he not? Or am I crazy? Ah, well, I'm blind, so you're allowed to be tired, General Grub. But yeah, no problem. I'm glad that you liked it. I'm glad that you liked it. I'm very happy with how that interview went. I think that Tekid was a great co-host, and I'm glad that I brought him on. You bought both of those last time it was on sale? Odd Realm? Yeah. Odd Realm is a... one of those games where every time it's on sale, I yell about it a whole bunch on stream just to convince people to buy it, because I want that game to stay funded. That's one of those games that I don't know. I know that dev has a lot of savings from previous work that he's done, but like, I do get worried about that game's finances. What material is the green furniture? Green glass. Because we had that huge glass industry for a while to make all of those bricks, and when I had that, whenever I had surpluses of sand, I'd just be like, I make chairs. The Crundle's tail takes the full force of the impact, and the part is smashed into the body in an unrecognizable mass. The Crundle's arm takes the full force of the impact, and the part is smashed into the body in an unrecognizable mass. So this is like a 40 Z level drop. Oh wow, it's still alive. Huh. But yeah, this is like a very far drop. And what they've been doing is they climb along the top up here. All the way up here. Trying to get across the map, and then they fall. And then they go, splat. And there's dead Crundles everywhere down here for that reason. I think the only reason he survived was he landed on a tree. Not very dense. Also, he died, by the way. I mean, there's another one over there to the right, but... Tough little bugger, but... wasn't enough. Yeah, not for long, yeah. I mean, when both your legs and your tail all become unrecognizable masses, it's only a matter of time before you ooze into pieces and fall apart. Also, Basilisk Prime, thanks for the follow, by the way, and also to a couple other follows that have come in today. Yeah, no, it's my YouTube channel's been doing very, very well this past month, but it's still kind of a challenge to. It's only gotten harder over the years to trick people to go from YouTube over to Twitch. Back when YouTube didn't really have a live streaming component and it was just a video site, they used to have this integration, which I very sorely miss right now because right now it would be helping me so much if I had it. But they used to have this integration where when people would watch a video, it would detect when you were live on Twitch, and if you were live, it would put a little pop-up in the bottom right of the video saying, currently live on Twitch. But now that, ever since YouTube Gaming launched and they started actually going after the live streaming market, they removed all that functionality, and it's been kind of a bummer because it was a great user feature. I really wish that those two platforms could work together a little bit more, but satisfied after teaching metalsmithing. This is my metalsmithing guild, by the way. So this dwarf is actually teaching metalsmithing. So anybody who wants to go do crafting right now could just go into there and learn metalsmithing. Goodbye, Crundle. We will remember you. No, we won't. Don't lie to that Crundle's death. That Crundle's already been forgotten. Along with all of the other Crundles that have fallen down there and died. I literally had a forgotten beast do that, so... like, fall off that and go splat. Crundle who? What? Yeah, exact. What? What are we talking about? Anyway. I've been popping up in your feed a lot on YouTube, and you've been subbed since the start of the KitFox DF News. But I'm popping up daily now. I mean, so for ages, the DF News stuff was every 2 weeks, right? Like, that's what it was for, like, the past 2 years, is every 2 weeks I would get a little blurb written by Zach or Tarn and 1 to 5 screenshots, right? Which I've just been covering and making videos out of for the past 2 years. But now, the reason you're seeing so much more is if I go to Bay12, like the website, post on the 25th, post on the 22nd, post on the 18th, post on the 15th, post on the 11th, post on the 4th, post on the 1st, post on the 27th, post on the 24th. Like, they've been updating super frequently. Also, where is it? Shout out to me on the 15th. So like, they're posting these devlogs very frequently that often include things like this. These screenshots, that was not in the newsletter. So because they're doing a post on Friday and a post on Monday every week, I literally have like 1 to 2 videos to make a week now. So that's why it's popping up so much. It's friggin' exciting. Well, I mean, it's going to be out in the next 2 to 3 months, so... yeah, it is friggin' exciting. I mean, it'll be out before winter, because they're still targeting fall. So, I mean, also, for those of you who missed it in the video, because it didn't get posted until after the video, this was also released today. It's a worm man. I really want a mod that just swaps out the worm man sprite with a just earthworm Jim. Just a really high definition earthworm Jim. But he's so dapper. He needs a little tux, you know? Needs a tux. The tip makes it look 18 plus. Yes. Very, 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 very phallic. Very phallic. If I get banned from Twitch for showing that on stream, I'm gonna laugh so fucking hard. So goddamn hard. Like, that would be a ban that would be worth it. Like, what'd you get banned from Twitch for? Oh, I showed a picture of a worm person on stream. Or a man broke terms of service, the cunt? Well, dick. Of the plump helmet man? They'll probably be purple for one thing, but yeah, they might look like tiny walking dildos. I feel like we've seen the plump helmet people. I'd have to go looking, but pretty sure we have seen them. All right, King wants something. 3 crutches. It's time to get some crafts going. Actually, before I do anything, let's take a peek. Clothing seems pretty fresh still. I can't remember when I last made it, but... Got dwarves heading down to go make lead statues. We've got work orders being issued. Gets banned immediately. Pretty much, Elfos. Yeah, I don't think it'll be an issue. It's a worm man. It's definitely not a cock and balls walking up. Also, making these videos has been kind of a journey on me realizing how important messaging is when it comes to selling a product. It's not that like I didn't realize that it was important in the past, but it's becoming so much more obvious when like I'll have people asking me multiple times in a day, is Dwarf Fortress going to have Steam Workshop? And it's like, yes, that is an announced feature. Like, it's on the Steam page like, that it says it's going to have that. But, like, it really shows how little some people read. Like, it's like, this is why people watch my videos, is because there's, you know. This is why it's hard to communicate with people sometimes, is because literally nobody reads. It's also why in the video where I talked about Classic, I think, or maybe it was the one before, I stated pretty bluntly like why Dwarf Fortress can't have an early access release, because the number of times I hear people say, just release it in early access right now. The number of times I've heard people say that is kind of hilarious. It's like Dwarf Fortress can't qualify for Steam early access because in order to qualify for Steam early access, you have to have a 1.0 that will be out in a reasonable amount of time. So you have to have an announced 1.0 release date in order to release a game in early access, right? Like you need to say 1.0 will be in 6 months, 1.0 will be in 3 years, right? You can't just say, I mean, 1.0 might be done in 60 or 35, maybe 50 years, which is kind of what Dwarf Fortress is right now, right? It's like at the current rate that they're going, version 44 getting to version 100 or 1, I guess. Another 20, 30 years probably. And that's not considered to be a reasonable amount of time. No, it's got nothing to do with the time. It's subjective. It's the like completion percentage, right? Because like Dwarf Fortress is version 44 right now. Or rather, 47.05. 47.05 is the current version of Dwarf Fortress. So the game is 47% done. 47% done. So premium will probably bump that up a couple. It might go up to 48 or 49, maybe even 50. But premium releasing, it's not going to be a 1.0. But that won't hit 1.0 until they have all of their planned features that are on their to-do list. And if you haven't looked, I just closed the page because I'm silly, but their to-do list, this is like the features the game currently has, and then development. They've got a color key. This is the to-do list for Dwarf Fortress. This isn't including any of the Steam shit. I mean, it's a good comparison, but it's a comparison that upsets people because people have a bone to pick with Star Citizen, and I completely agree. The problem with Star Citizen is they promised a finished product and didn't realize they were going to end up like this. Whereas Zach and Tarn Adams were always just like, just two guys working on a free thing, and because it's a free thing, you get like more positive community versus people being very obsessive over spending money on a thing is going to be a much more toxic community just by default. Of Dutch roller coasters, put in one roller coaster in RCT3 with the catch that they're all 8-meter plus coasters, and I put that detail in the beginning of the video and at the end in the description, and many comments were about the fact that you missed some kiddie coaster that is less than 8 meters. Yeah, people definitely don't read. Yeah, true. You know, honestly, like, although I will say, the one thing I will applaud Star Citizen on is they aren't making the same mistake that a lot of crowdfunded studios make, which is have an office in San Francisco, have an office in New York, and have an office in London, UK, right? That's the problem that a lot of crowdfunded studios make, is they crowdfund all this money and then they get the most expensive office in the most expensive region in the most expensive country and develop the game there. It's like Robert Space Industries, they have a bunch of, most of their office space is in countries in Europe that are really cheap. So at the very least, like, they are, like, yes, they, like, it costs a lot of money and they have a lot of employees, and yes, their funding model is kind of gross, but at the very least, they are open about what the fuck they're doing, which is they're making this crazy, endless, infinitely deep game, and the people that are on for the ride are going to be on that ride for a very long time and are super there for it. And that's good, you know? And Dwarf Fortress is kind of the same thing, but at a very small scale. You know, it's two guys that want to simulate an endlessly replayable universe. They could always move certain far-out major features into DLC / post 1.0 add-ons. I know for a fact that I know what Tarn's opinion of DLC is, and let's just say Tarn is not very favorable towards DLC. I know that Caves of Cud has talked about doing DLC, like with Freehold games, and that's kind of gets compared to Dwarf Fortress a lot because it is kind of similar in some ways. But a game like that lends itself very well to, like, here's $5 and it's another quest line, right? Or here's $5 and it's a bunch of gear. It lends itself very well to that, but Dwarf Fortress not so much. If you start doing DLC for Dwarf Fortress, it would end up like RimWorld, where you're gonna have mechanics that feel like they should be in the main game that just cost money for some reason. And that just kind of sucks and doesn't really end well for anybody usually, and it's not usually a very good way to manage a game like this. So I think that they shouldn't do that. There's DLC and DLC. Some games continue development. No, I mean, yeah, no, it'll be more like a Factorios or Terraria kind of, or Into the Breach, like the way Subset games releases their things. But the second you know, honestly, it really bothers me when they announce free updates as DLC, because DLC to me is just like, that's paid content. Like, my brain, like, when you say DLC, my brain automatically, like, this is just a marketing problem, I guess, but like, when people say DLC, my brain immediately goes, that's paid content. When people say DLC, I never think free update. When people say free expansion or free update or big patch, I think free content. I don't know, but when people say DLC, I assume paid, but that's my bad. If only DF got that level of success, you think that Steam will be a very, very big windfall? I mean, like, you know, this is Longdeath, so I can pretty easily tab out because unless there's a fight going on, there's not too much action on screen. You need to remember this, right? And this is my favorite web place on the internet to talk about Dwarf Fortress things. Dwarf Fortress has 100,053 followers on Steam. They're currently the 15th most wishlisted game on Steam because some games got announced recently. 100,053 followers, right? For reference, Stray, which is the biggest game in the world for obvious reasons right now, before launch had 48,000 followers. At launch, after a shit ton of marketing, had 185,000 followers. And they had a fuckload of marketing pre-launch. Like, they were on front page at E3. That boosted them heavily. And then they came close to launch, and then the game came out. Okay? Another good example is Factorio. Factorio's been out for ages, right? Huge player base, very popular. Lots of concurrent players. Factorio has 300,000 followers. And obviously, like, their pre-release stuff doesn't quite count because they were in early access. So you need to, like, and RimWorld has like 450,000 or something. You need to kind of compare it to that because something like Caves of Cud, which is a very successful roguelike, right? Caves of Cud has 24,000 followers on Steam. These aren't wish lists, these are followers. These are people that get a notification sent to their Steam or to their desktop every single time there's a Steam update, like there was one today. That is a huge deal that they have that many followers, that they're already above 100,000 and the game's not even out. Usually it's approximately 1 in 10 people who follow the game, 1/10 of the people who wishlist the game follow the game. So that can also give you a pretty safe estimate that there's probably around 1 million wish lists, probably under 1 million, but probably around 1 million wish lists. And usually half the people who have a game wish listed buy it at launch on day 1. So yeah, it'll do just fine. It'll do just fine. But I don't think that we should even be discussing DLC for Dwarf Fortress as a community because that's like a very ridiculous notion. Also, we're only a few subscriptions off of that sub goal up above the stream. And if we hit that sub goal, I get to gift a sub. Just so that people know what that means. We are moving into summer because we've just finished spring. For such an awesome crew. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, I don't know if you listened to the interview I did with Tarn about, I guess, 12, 13 days ago now. But, like, he did state that, because Tech had asked if they were thinking about expanding the team, and he did state that, you know, like, with a lot of funding, maybe he would be open to something like that. And the other thing that he suggested maybe doing, if it's very successful, is open sourcing the world generation stuff. Yeah, top 15 most wishlisted. Like, you got to remember, like, Stray was number 1, so Stray is kind of a hard comparison to make, but... Hey, LaFonda! It's good to see you. I hope that you've been well. When are you coming back to streaming, by the way? It's been forever. I'm just looking to see... Oh, that makes sense. Spider-Man Remastered it past Dwarf Fortress. That makes a lot of sense. And then Company of Heroes recently... I'm just trying to see, is there anything new in here? Yeah, no, I mean, all of these are like huge games. Like the new Forest game, that's going to be huge. Company of Heroes is a big game. Fucking Marvel Spider-Man, Hogwarts Legacy, Ark, Kerbal 2, Dark Tide, Bloodlines, Frostpunk 2, Stalker 2, Party Animals, lots of 2s. Starfield, Hollow Knight, and Day Before. This is like the one that I think shouldn't be here. This one is very weird to me that this is up here. This is just like high definition Daisy. But also, I will be shocked if that game actually comes out. But, you know, it is what it is. Also, LaFonda, I think that was my first resub of the day, by the way. Because I just saw that hat appear. Cheers. If TF Steam sells half as many units as Factorio to their half as many followers, and Kit Fox will have enough funding to keep Zach and Tarn occupied for a decade at least. Oh, no, absolutely. No, absolutely. Like, I remember Tarn was saying at one point, he's like, if Dwarf Fortress sells 500,000 copies, he won't know what to do with all of that money. This was an interview that he did way back when this version was announced, because they were talking about how they were, what's the word I'm looking for here? They were talking about, like, what they would do if it sold really well, right? And Zach and Tarn literally were just, or Tarn was literally just like, if we sell $500,000 at $20, 500,000 copies at $20, which was the original like possible suggested price, he wouldn't know what to do with all of that money, which is kind of a weird thing to think about. Not one of those is on your wish list. Might add Silksong now that you know it exists. Well, I mean, when you look at the top wishlisted games on Steam, like, let's see, what's on my wish list? I'm not signed in on the website, so I have Stalker, Heart of Chernobyl on my wish list, and I think that's it. Yes, that is it. That's the only thing I actually have on my wish list. Uncharted is coming to Steam? Weird. Anyway, yeah, no, you have a lot on your plate at the moment. I get you. I just miss other people streaming. Like, I feel like I'm just the only one. It's like me, at least Sal's been back recently in the evenings. But you intend to buy DF on Steam for folks as presents? I mean, I'm probably going to gift copies to both my sisters. Because, like, my little sister likes RimWorld and The Sims, and my older sister also likes RimWorld and The Sims, so. Had 5 million units sold? They sold 5 million units? Wow. I didn't realize Factorio was that high up. Makes me wonder how many copies RimWorld has sold. But yeah, like, if Factorio... Because Factorio has 100,000 reviews. Wow. When you sell that many copies, you do not need to charge for DLC, period. Factorio's a hell of a drug. You could say that, yeah. She's getting gifted a copy for sure, and she's excited for it. Hell yeah. That's good. That's lovely to hear. Yeah, no, I'm just hopeful that, and this is just me as a creator talking, I'm just hopeful that I get my hands on the Steam version sooner rather than later. Not to just start uploading videos of right away, but I hope I have a lot of runway time to prep videos and have videos ready before premium releases. Loathing it being out in the sunshine. How old are you, Disco? You're 21 years old. Ay, ay, ay. Let's make 2 more crutches. Also very confusing to me that they're not working on those lead statues, because I've got tons and tons of lead. Imagining the existing Dwarf Fortress channels will see a lot of love post-launch. I mean, my YouTube channel has gotten about 100 subscribers in the last 3 days. My bigger concern isn't like existing channels seeing a lot of love. My hope, this is my actual like dream hope for like what happens to me post-launch Dwarf Fortress, is my YouTube channel gets bumped up to above 50,000 subs, and my concurrent views on Twitch double. That's my goal. I want to be, because the difference between around 50 on Twitch concurrent, which is, on a good day, I have 60 to 80 people watching. The difference between that and like 150 to 250 financially is like the difference between being below minimum wage, which is where I've been the last 6 years, and above minimum wage. And I would like to get above minimum wage. That would be really nice. It would be nice to, you know, be able to put enough money into savings to like, you know, look at being able to maybe buy property at some point. And this is my full-time job. Well, that's my hope, but we'll see. I mean, if Krug Smash can have, you know what, 160,000 subscribers for his very specific kind of storytelling content, I think I could pull off 50K. Fingers crossed. Last game you gifted was Getting Over It. Who hurt you? Why are you being so mean? Why would you gift such a thing to somebody? I mean, I love Getting Over It, don't get me wrong, but... No, Paranoid Metroid is oblivious to reality. What a damn shame. It's not the first time they've done that, though. I gifted Cheese Runner to 2 people, but... You're sorely lacking in shared interest with people around you? Yeah. Oh, I mean, I usually gift the Sims DLC to my sister-in-law and my little sister every Christmas. I gifted Townscaper to a few people. I gave my little sister, Unpacking for Christmas this past year. So, like, I usually gift games to my sisters on Steam for Christmas and birthdays and such. It's usually like this DLC for The Sims or a game that I think that they would like. Like, I gave my older sister some RimWorld DLC for Christmas this year and a copy of Songs of Syx. Also, you have a good lurk, Taylor, and a good day at work. But yeah, I really hope that existing Dwarf Fortress channels see a lot of love. Basilisk Prime. It would be really nice. You know, I am stable financially doing this right now at the tier that I'm at, but it would be nice to grow. And this will be my biggest opportunity, most likely. But Steam said, know your regional price difference. I currently can gift games to people in the US, but it's rare. And the humans that are not at war with us are now here to trade. I was wondering if they were going to show up this year. Oh, no. I have a, Banana's tantruming and beating the crap out of, one of my merchants, which is kind of a shame. And I think I'm going to get reported for 2 different crimes, hopefully. Fingers crossed there is hopefully. I have to deal with Banana, it looks like. The question is, did you just kill that merchant? Yep, you did. Yeah, I can't say that I've actually, Depressed Dwarf kills a different Depressed Dwarf, which is kind of fucked up, but hey. Do you have a coffin available? Yes, looks like. Yeah, we do. And the king's going to put it away. That's kind of, it's got to be an honor of some kind. Although nobody's reported the crime yet, so maybe they don't know that Banana did it. It depends on the version. It's been a while since they've broken save file compatibility. Like, save files have been compatible since 2014, Petty. So it's been a while since they've broken them. But previously, it was like you had to install a save file converter. And you generally didn't want to do that back in the day because it would cause a lot of really weird bugs. Like strange crashes and things. But it used to be like you'd install a save file or download a little script that you'd run on your save and it would add in the new elements So it's very rare that it breaks save compatibility, but it's likely that it's going to break it this time because like a lot of jobs are being reworked. Why do you ask? Yeah, nobody reported any of the crimes, so they don't know that Banana did it. Selling all the extra stuff that we have. We got quite a lot of stuff. All right, give it like 10 seconds. As all of the migrants come in. Yeah, new releases are generally when you start a new fort. Yeah. No, I mean, premium release, the one thing that premium is going to say guaranteed for my stream is this fortress is going to take a long break. It's going to take a long break. That's one thing I know for certain. And I'm going to move entirely into playing premium for probably a good couple of months before I go back to Longdeath or look into converting Longdeath save or something. I don't know. Longdeath is a weird fort for a lot of reasons, and I want to keep it going. But in order to do that, I need to be very picky and choosy with how I actually run this fort. So. But yeah, Mapetti, why do you ask about converting save files? In fact, I actually think it's better that they... This is maybe a little bit of a mean thing to say, but I think it's a really good thing that it's breaking save compatibility. And the reason I say that is because old worlds in Dwarf Fortress had problems. There was a lot of differences in worlds generated in, let's just say, 2014 version Dwarf Fortress versus current version Dwarf Fortress. And there are some people that have insisted on keeping their save files running from version to version to version to version to version that have run into a lot of, like I said earlier, weird bugs. And these are some of the same people that, you know, complain about things like frame rate death. So I would actually say it's a good thing that they're breaking save compatibility here. And this comes as from somebody who, you know, has this fort which he's been running for 400 plus years. I think it's a good thing that they're going to break save compatibility purely because with them breaking save compatibility, it forces all those people who've been playing the game for forever to move to new installs. Yeah, I would recommend just starting a new one. You know, like that would be the best advice. You know, and just like anything else, DF Hack will probably get ported, and DF Therapist will probably get ported if you insist on using those tools. And there will probably be some version of the starter pack for the free game, but I hope that those tools just become more and more and more redundant. Also, as always, you know, if you want to help support this stream directly, that's a link to my Patreon. $7 a month gets you sound commands that you may hear on stream every so often. Help support a streamer who's currently spending too much money on air conditioning because it's 32 degrees Celsius outside right now, and would probably be in the 40s inside if I didn't have air conditioning running.
For everyone!
For everyone, Mapetti. Yes, this is true. Jeez. We have cow cheese in the fort. Be awesome if they become redundant. Yeah. I mean, like, DF Hack should continue to exist. And the reason DF Hack should continue to exist is it's very useful for people who just want to... It's really useful for people who just want to play Dwarf Fortress as a sandbox and mod the game and tweak the game and try and push the limits. Like, it's really useful for that sort of thing, but, like, average player does not need to have DF Hack installed. And when people go saying it's like, oh, you need DF Hack to play Dwarf Fortress, it's like, really, you really don't. Like, that's kind of not actually that accurate information. was real bad this week. Yeah, I'm in Western Canada, and the heat wave that Eastern U.S. and Canada had last week is just hitting us now. Yeah, no, it's supposed to hit 34 today, and it's currently 31 outside. And it's 11 o'clock in the... It's 11 o'clock. I mean, the next few days aren't so bad. It's just supposed to be 31, 30, 30, 30. And then it's supposed to rain for a couple days and then drop down a little bit. But it's brutally hot, though. Like, brutally hot. You know, this is just me kind of as a pipe dream. But there's a very small part of me that really, really hopes. And, you know, maybe I'll suggest this to Kit Fox or something. But they should just hire me to relaunch DF Talk. I'm just saying. I'd write topics. I'd do question pools. I'd edit. I'd find co-hosts from the Dwarf Fortress community. Let's bring back DF Talk. Maybe. I should pitch that to Kit Fox. Yeah, that's the stuff. We was really usually mild here, but then there were days when there was just things where all you can do is put water and melt it into the couch. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I'm fortunate to have a portable air conditioner, which is plugged into a window and blowing cold air into my apartment. I need it because of health concerns. If I didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to stream. You'd watch that? It'd probably be listen because it would be an audio pod, but it'd be an edited audio podcast. But I don't know. I can't afford to do stuff like that for free, really. But I mean, DF Talk, if you missed them back in the day, were these. It was their audio podcast where they had an iTunes entry, they had the transcripts, and they had they did like 25 episodes. Like they put out an episode in 2021 in February, and then they put out one in 2020, or sorry, three in 20. Wow, they put out a few in 2020 actually. They put out a few in 2020, and then before that it was 2014. So it was like a bit of a gap there, and then they put out a few in 2020, and then they just kind of stopped again. We'll get your room down 28. My AC will bring my whole apartment down by about 10 degrees Celsius. So if it's like supposed to be like 32 in my apartment, 33, which is probably close to where it would be right now, it's about 22. It's not too bad. It's perfectly tolerable right now in here. But like without my air conditioner, although it's currently costing me more money to run the air conditioner than I've made today streaming, so you know, is what it is. It's part of the costs of Canada. Heatwave didn't reach us yet. I'm sure you'll get one, but summer's not over yet, you know. Let's bring some of these crowns over. Because they're nice and close by. Maybe some of these scepters too. But yeah, no, the one summer that I didn't have air conditioning in this apartment was the first summer I lived here, which was 2014. And I wasn't able to turn my computer on because it would shut down because it was so hot in here. The apartments here are not designed with ventilation in mind. They are very much designed to keep heat in for like, you know, temperate, cool winters, not blasting hot summers, right? Southern edge of Canada? Nobody calls it the southern edge because you need to realize that everybody in Canada lives within 100 meters of the border, or not 100 meters, 100 kilometers of the border. So, or the vast majority of the Canadian population does. So technically we're all in southern Canada. But yeah, no, I'm like a 25-minute drive from the border. This year has been the first time you've seen so many hardware manufacturers releasing heat warnings. Both Nintendo and Steam did. Yep. There was a warning about the Steam Deck where it was like, don't use it in a room that's above 40 degrees Celsius or something. It was like it might melt, which is kind of terrifying. King wants an iron pick. Really looking forward to next-gen GPUs starting at 400 watts. Oh, that's okay. Don't buy GPU. Just play Dwarf Fort. Who needs GPU? It just has some pixels. It's fine. The one thing I am genuinely worried about with Dwarf Fortress, especially with the premium release, is I'm going to be swapping back and forth between graphical and ASCII pretty frequently, honestly. Like, that's something that I'm very much planning to do, is swap between them quite often. And I learned that, or not really, I haven't learned this, but upon watching the comments section of my YouTube videos, I've seen quite a few comments essentially saying using ASCII doesn't make you cool or something like that. I've seen quite a few comments about that. And it actually makes me kind of worried that there's going to be a bit of an obnoxious divide between people. Because there's obviously, you know, going to be the people who played before premium, right? And, you know, we all are aware of the way the game looked and the way the game felt before that, and are all very in tune with how Dwarf Fortress plays as a video game. And then there are people who will have only played post-premium. And I'm kind of worried that there's going to be some people that are very annoying to deal with that don't like one or the other side. Well, I mean, I would call it the starter pack at this point because it's changed its name. LNP is actually inaccurate. Because they changed the name from Lazy Noob Pack to the starter pack just because it's a little bit less insulting. But I don't know. Like, I've received like 3 different comments in the past 2 days basically stating like, nobody cares about ASCII, this is a waste of time. Using ASCII doesn't make you cool and stuff like that. Well, because like another comment that I actually responded to this morning was, damn, I hope that they're not limiting the capabilities of the game by dedicating too heavily to this free and ASCII crap. Which kind of just makes me go, and that I don't know, it makes me worried. How dare you use the graphics you want? Well, I mean, it's quite literally like a Minecraft asset pack, right? And that's how I've been explaining it to people. It's like using custom textures in a shader for Minecraft. And lots of people do that all the damn time. It's kind of the same thing. That's essentially what premium is. It's like the UI rework, both versions are getting it, and premium just has a paid for asset pack. It's just people being ignorant, don't worry about it. Yes, but people being ignorant can make Twitch chats less pleasant. People being ignorant can make subreddits less pleasant. People being ignorant can make comment sections less pleasant. And when people become less pleasant and get animosity towards each other, even if it's just like one dude being a numbskull and everybody else dogpiling them, that makes the whole community look worse, you know? There's a lot of really cool people who play Space Station 13. But when you look at that community as a whole, because every single different server for Space Station 14 or 13 is practically its own fork of the game, and none of them agree, which is on what's the best version of the game to play, and they often are very particular about the rule sets and how people play, and are very controlling, and it becomes a very unpleasant community to look at from a distance, and then people are less interested in trying the game. And I worry that that's going to happen a bit with the premium version of Dwarf Fort. That's my biggest concern right now. I'm just kind of talking openly about premium because it is so close. We're queuing up an iron pick for the king. The thing is, though, they're not trolls, though, right? Like, a troll is somebody who intentionally goes out for the express purpose of making other people's lives worse, right? Like, a troll is somebody with, like, an agenda. I don't think these people have an agenda. I think that they're just not very tactful. And, like, it's really funny because people say, don't feed the trolls and all that. And, like, someone will come by my stream and say something rude to me or whatever, and I'll call them out on it, and people will be like, oh, don't feed the trolls. But very rarely are people actually going out intentionally trying to piss people off. They usually are just, they don't think about what they're saying, and they just say it. Think you're thinking of gatekeepers? I mean, like, sure. I mean, gatekeeping and trolls get confused quite frequently. I get accused of gatekeeping every now and again because I don't use DF hack. It's like, or Dwarf Therapist. It's like, oh, you're just gatekeeping because, like, you're playing the game vanilla. It's like, how am I gatekeeping? What? Like, I do think that you'll learn the game better if you don't use Starter Pack and you don't use Therapist and you don't use DF hack, and you'll learn the mechanics better. And yeah, I hope that Premium is playable without those tools by the average user, because that would mean that the usability of the game has been increased a lot. But how am I gatekeeping? What? Also, hi Raz. I hope you've had a good night's sleep and survived the late shift. I just like vanilla ice cream. Okay, pistachio is good too, though. Okay, like give me some like blackberry ice cream. I'm in. Ponder Law. Hey, that's new. Yeah, okay, so you know what's kind of ironic? This dwarf tantrumed and murdered a dwarf this year, right? And we know this. He's a thinking dwarf, a scholar, if you will. Pondering law. The topic being considered is law, its forms, and recommendations. Tantrum murder somebody. Gotta, like, brush up on my law in case I get taken to court for this. It's like serial killers who want to represent themselves. Got away with it, the perfect crime? Yeah, he murdered him in a room where nobody was looking. The guilt has set in? Must have, yeah. I mean, what are you thinking about, Dwarf? Angry dwelling upon getting into an argument. Anxious dwelling upon pondering law. Naturally, you'd be anxious. All right, well, anyway, I need to remove you from this gig because being anxious upon pondering law is bad. Let's make you into a tavern keeper. Give you something a little bit different to do. You like Oxygen not included in RimWorld and Caves of Cud, but DF makes your head hurt if you try to play it. You can't wait for the paid version to get released. You think he'll be able to play that? I mean, like I was saying a little bit earlier, because the free version's getting the same UI overhaul, and like people squint at me and say that I'll just wait for graphics, but like the free version of Dwarf Fortress looking like this is kind of huge. Because this UI is very usable, right? Like, yeah, they're simple looking buttons, but it's a very usable UI. This with a tile set is going to be significantly more playable than, I do really like current Dwarf Fortress UI, but it's going to be a lot more playable to the average person than that, right? Like, genuinely, that's going to be a lot more playable to the average person. Also, hey, Moonray, how are you? Welcome to the stream. So yeah, I'm very excited about the prospect of classic Dwarf Fortress, so the free version, getting the UI update day and date, because then literally, like, you just swap the tile set and done. Should you try pistachio ice cream? It's very good. Dude, pistachio ice cream and green tea ice cream in, like, a waffle cone? That's, like, S+ tier fancy ice cream right there. That's some super high tier quality ice cream. The UI is what you're waiting for? Yeah, no, it's like people telling me it's like Dwarf Fortress is too much, but they play Cogmind. It's like, right, okay. So like what does Cogmind have that Dwarf Fortress doesn't have? Well, it has fancy effects, which Dwarf Fortress won't have, which is fine. But what else does it have? It has clickable UI. Like, this UI is just as obtuse as Dwarf Fortress's UI. Like, let's not kid ourselves. This game's just as difficult to get into as Dwarf Fortress. But it's clickable. That's all it really has as an advantage, is its UI is clickable. Ooh, yeah, pistachio pudding. Or pistachios in rice pudding is also pretty legit. Pistachios are just great in general. Also, I sometimes misread the word pistachio for the word Pinocchio, and I don't know why. It's funny because saying that is gatekeeping in it. No good person plays default, DF default. Fuck you for gatekeeping, DF. By not doing what I like to do. Yeah, literally. It's kind of ironic. See, here's the thing. A well-made lemon ice cream is some of the best ice cream I've ever had in my life, too. Like, there's nothing wrong with boring ice cream flavors. Like, simple ice cream flavors are lovely. But pistachio is just quietly one of the best ice cream flavors, period. So here's the thing. If you get pistachio ice cream, Frog, you have to get it from, like, a decent gelato place, though, right? Like, yes, if you're getting, like, artificially flavored pistachio thingy, probably not going to be that good. So if you're going to get pistachio something, it has to be, like, a naturally flavored thing. Simple flavors are very, very good. But if we're talking, like, fancy, more obtuse flavors for ice cream, pistachio, it's wonderful. There's a gelato place in Vancouver that's been open for 100 years, apparently. Or rather, the company has existed for 100 years. And they have 500 flavors of ice cream. Some of them aren't very good. And some of them are like weird combo flavors, like it'll be like green tea, banana, and stuff like that. But they have 500 flavors of ice cream. That place is really bad to go into while stoned because you get in there and it's like immediate analysis paralysis of like, oh my God, there's so much. I want them all, but I can't have them all. Also, they got rid of free tasters because of the pandemic, so it's even harder to go there now because it's like you're looking at this ice cream, it's like, is that going to be good, or am I going to hate that? But yes, the simple flavors done right are very good, and slightly fancy flavors done right are even better. But you make it at home so you can control the sugar. Green tea flavored ice cream. You also like saffron flavored ice cream. Chocolate banana ice cream is fantastic. Yeah, I also almost never have ice cream, Frog. I also usually actually have either frozen yogurt or vegan ice cream. I find like large amounts of actual ice cream makes me feel sick. So I usually end up having either vegan ice cream equivalent or... why am I blanking? Either vegan ice cream or frozen yogurt is usually what I end up getting. It's just easier on my gut. But every now and again, pretty damn good. Also big fan of the British chocolate Magnum. Big fan of those. Yeah, I stay away from bananas. Bananas do bad things for my blood sugar. What are we doing in the fortress at the moment? I'm just kind of monitoring a couple of different stressed dwarves. But generally they're refilling these large stockpiles with old clothing, mostly. Because these are like my stuff to sell stockpiles. I'm keeping an eye on mandates from the king. He wants 3 more picks. So I'm keeping an eye on mandates, following dwarves around as they're putting stuff away, and monitoring 3 really stressed dwarves. Also, there was a big lag hitch, which means something happened somewhere in the world. And we are maintaining preparations for possible enemy raids. And I also need to quell my animal population a little bit. And there's 2 dead cows up here, apparently. You manage to make bedrooms and a few workshops. You still die every few in-game months. What do you die from, usually, Finian? Can maybe give you some tips to help you keep from dying. But how are you enjoying Dwarf Fortress? Out of curiosity, because you've been messing around with it now for a little bit, yeah? It's been a couple weeks, I would think, or maybe like a week. Finian was somebody who learned that Dwarf Fortress is free not too long ago. After mentioning that they were looking forward to trying it, I was like, but it's free! Starvation. Do you farm underground? Or do you try and farm above ground? Because if you farm underground, I can, like, show you how to set up, like, a farm this big. 2 of those will feed a whole fortress. Like, just a little 2x3. And if you're staying in a temperate biome, and let's just say it snows, right? But even when it snows, you can hit D and then hit P, gather plants, and then just do this. All of those are edible, or most of those are edible. And they can just eat them raw. So you don't want to be farming above ground. You want to farm below ground and farm plump helmets. Plump helmets are edible, and you can make alcohol out of them, and they're the quickest and easiest plant to grow. So you want to grow just below ground, or in the cavern layers, but just below ground works just fine, and grow plump helmets, and then you'll never have food problems again. Otherwise, you'll have food problems, because above ground farming isn't really what dwarves are designed to do. Literally, I feed this entire fortress with these 2 farms. Granted, this fortress, Elfos aren't, only has 40 dwarves in it. But this feeds 40 dwarves. If I had 200 dwarves, I would maybe have 2 more of these, this size. Those ones are technically above ground, but, yeah. No seeds to continue planting? That's not an issue. That's a design, like an intended design feature. Certain plants are designed to be cooked, and certain plants are designed to be brewed. It's not an issue. It's intended. So, yes. I mean, hit Z, go to the kitchen menu, select plump helmets and any other underground things, and set them to not be cooked if you don't want that to happen. It's a newbie trap, sure, but it's not an issue. And you need more. Farming is a mechanic that is currently very easy, and that is by design. It's because Tarn hasn't had time to go back and rework it. He did mention that he might try and do a farming pass early on in Steam's development, that like it might be something that he gets to, but more recently he stated, yeah, no, they don't have time to do major rebalancing for the premium version, just in case, you know, like they don't want to make a balanced decision and then it breaks the whole game. But that's definitely something that's been on their to-do list for forever. But there's a lot of things on their to-do list, because you just go look at their to-do list. It's a very long list. But yes, I completely agree. I think harder farming is one of the things Dwarf Fortress desperately needs. Like, one of my favorite things about Songs of Syx, even though it's nothing like Dwarf Fortress, is just how big its farm fields are. Like, this is a city in Songs of Syx. This is the city of, like, I don't know, let's just say 8,000 to 10,000 people. And that's the farms that supply it. And I really, really like that about Songs of Syx. It's really cool how big their farms are. I like big farms in video games, but I like big farms that I cannot lie. Or I like big fields and I cannot lie. I like to plow big fields and I cannot lie. I don't know where I'm going with this. Investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. Still haven't figured out how to dig down? Yeah, okay, so if you want to dig down, let's just say you're digging down from the surface. D for designations. Then hit J for downstairs. Select where you want to go down. Let's say build a little square like that. And then hit Shift and move down a layer. Uh-oh. Hold on. I got to move this for example's sake. Okay, so build downstairs. And then up downstairs, connect underneath it. Let's say go down a few. And then upstairs. The dwarves will dig to here, dig down. Dig out this with the stair going down, dig out this with the stair going down, dig down to here, dig down to here, and then right down to here. That's how you dig down. Very simple. The problem with the stairs in Dwarf Fortress is not that they're obnoxiously complicated. The problem with them is their wording is really strange and it confuses people. It's literally the exact same building system that the Sims use for circular staircases. You build the start of a staircase at the top. You build the connection staircase if you're going down multiple stairs in the middle that starts at the top of the ceiling, goes all the way down to the floor, and then the base that doesn't go through the floor again at the bottom. It's literally the exact same system that The Sims uses. It's a very simple stairs system. It's just worded really weirdly. And the camera angle doesn't help. Would I recommend it? Songs of Syx is very light mechanically, but it's, if you enjoy building cool cities, it's like, it's not the... It's not that, okay, it's not that it's light mechanically. It's light in its goals. And there's a lot of very unfinished parts of it. But if you just enjoy building big-ass cities and watching people run around, it's super cool. Like, its scale is kind of unparalleled. Like, it's nothing like Dwarf Fortress. People compare it, and the people who compare it are people who've never played Dwarf Fortress. It's nothing like Dwarf Fortress, but it's a really cool city builder with a kind of light Total War style combat system and a functioning overworld with caravans moving from city to city and tracked populations. It's a really neat game, and it develops really fast and it gets patches frequently. So yes, I would recommend it if you like large scale city builders in more of a freeform style. It's a really unique, interesting game, but it's certainly unfinished. I'm gonna keep that in mind. But I mean, I bought it and I enjoy it. I have like 70, 80 hours in it now, and I return every major update, or maybe every other major update, and I'll put like another 20, 30 hours into a city, and then I'll stop and then build again. Someone was building cities from Morrowind in it, which is super neat. Yeah. It's a neat game. I would, in fact, recommend it. It's also kind of funny that people... It's also kind of funny that people compare it to Dwarf Fortress so much. It's like, oh, this game's inspired by Dwarf Fortress. And then the developer, when I was talking to him, was like, never played Dwarf Fortress in my entire life. So it's like kind of funny that he gets that comparison when even he's just like, never played this video game. So, you know. Very little as of the last time I played Sewer Goblin, but the last update was specifically combat, so I don't know. The combat was the weakest part of the game the last time I played, but like I said, the last update was specifically focused on overhauling the combat stuff. Also, to anybody who's following the stream, I do stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, but when Premium launches, I'll probably do 6 days a week the first 2 weeks, and then down to 5 days a week for a little bit, and then we'll go back to the normal schedule of 3 days a week. But there will be a lot more streams around launch. Like I said, the combat is probably the least interesting part of Songs of Syx as of the last time I played, but I'd have to like look at the patch notes though, because V61. Yeah, V61 was mostly involving combat stuff. And then, yeah, this one is overhauling some house building elements. So yeah, I haven't looked at V61 or V62, which is currently in the beta branch. I haven't looked at either of those. So, and the last version I played was, I guess, V60 or V59 maybe even. But we'll have to learn it before the full release of DF? Why do you have to, I have a question. Why do you have to learn Dwarf Fortress before the full release? Like you're just going to have to relearn the UI again. The thing that I like to remind people about Dwarf Fortress is it's a lot of the difficulty of Dwarf Fortress is just because the UI is obnoxiously obtuse for no reason. Like, as a game, it's not that complicated. Like, if you can play RimWorld, RimWorld is a much harder game than Dwarf Fortress is. Much harder game. I mean, maybe that'll change with the premium version because of the aggro mechanics where, like, wild animals will attack you. Maybe that'll change, but Dwarf Fortress is not a hard game. Well, it's not that. It's when you know what you need to do and how to go about doing the things that you need to do, it becomes a lot easier. That's more what it is. It's like once you know what your options are, the game becomes significantly easier. Are you still attending this meeting? Like, the reason Krug Smash is able to build such convincing narratives within Dwarf Fortress is because the entire game is completely contortable to your desires, essentially. Like, you can make this game tell almost any story you could want. So the Scoid wants abstract thinking, so I think I'm going to move you over to the Scholar gig. And I need somebody else for the military. Everybody wants abstract thinking. Incredibly calm demeanor, frequently depressed, completely oblivious to neatness. Leaves things strewn about without a care. He is confident under pressure, and he actively avoids stressful situations. This dwarf would like to practice a martial art. I'm going to put you into the Bear Fighters. Let's get the Bear Fighters training for a bit, too. The Bear Fighters are a unarmed squad of wrestlers that I have that are basically just like, these are dwarves that want to practice a martial art but aren't fit for military. Which is pretty common, actually. Well, that's probably because of your time with No Moria and RimWorld and other similar games. Yeah, like, you know, before I got heavily into Dwarf Fortress, I played No Moria, I played RimWorld, I played Towns. I guess I played Odd Realm or the early versions because I played Odd Realm's early unreleased versions before I got super deep into Dwarf Fortress. And I played Dwarf Fortress on and off, but like it took me about 10 years to get into Dwarf Fortress. Like, I first installed Dwarf Fortress in 2009, but I didn't actively play Dwarf Fortress until about 2017, 2018 was when I started, like, tickling and trying and, like, thinking maybe this is something I want to get into in 2017, and then 2018 was when I got into it heavily. How's the fort going? It's going pretty all right. It's going pretty all right. I mean, we're still at war, obviously, still maintaining the king's desires. Still trying to increase the population, which is a little bit on the low side and has been for a while. So working on that and trying our best to keep things safe. This is a dwarf that I need to keep a very close eye on and maybe remove from this squad if this becomes a problem, but you know, it's going pretty well, Jack Mac. Going pretty well. How's the dwarven morale holding up? There's a couple of depressed dwarves, but they're not super far gone. I mean, Banana just tantrumed and killed another depressed dwarf, which is kind of a shame, especially because, like, he got away with it, too. But other than that murder, yeah, it's been all right. It's been all right recently. Even with my air conditioning on, it's hot in here. Good Lord. You installed it and tried to play it like maybe 15 years ago and you waited 5 hours to generate a world on an ancient laptop, got confused and quit? Yep. You've been watching DF content for years now and you think that the stories come out of it reminds you of D&D. I describe Dwarf Fortress as like playing D&D by yourself without the need to communicate with other humans. Which to me is like, it's D&D minus all of it's minus all the it's minus all of the unpleasantness of playing D&D. But yeah, it's essentially like playing D&D with yourself. But that's actually not too far off from my first experience playing the game in 09, Moonray. I mean, when I first installed the game, I installed it because I just beat Adom, Ancient Domains of Mystery, the roguelike from years ago. I'd just beaten it. And I was in queue for not League of Legends, probably Heroes of New Earth at the time, I would guess. Or maybe just like waiting for a round in Counter-Strike or something. And I was in voice chat with a friend of mine. And I asked him, like, I need something else that's free to play that will run in the background so I can play in queue. And he goes, oh, you should try this Dwarf Fortress thing. And I said, what's that? And he goes, I don't know. I saw it on 4chan recently. So I went to the website and I downloaded it. I was like, all right, it seems ASCII. Okay, create world. Created a world. And the game crashed, and then I uninstalled it. I didn't crash it. It just crashed in World Gen, and I uninstalled it. And then I rinse and repeat every couple months. I would hear something about Dwarf Fortress and go, oh yeah, I should try that. And I'd download it and I'd install it and I'd generate a world. And eventually I got to the point after like maybe a year where I could like load up a fort and like build a door, and I'd just get distracted by something and then stop. Stone, heads up. We've got the Council of Men here with their tribute. So just a heads up. But yeah, and then it would just... It kind of continued on like that. And eventually I got to a point where, you know, I would make a world and I'd spend a couple hours like reading legends and not really doing much else, but it took a long time for me to properly learn Dwarf Fortress. You watched a lot of DF content, but always thought it was too hard because of the UI, but last year you tried and well boy, was it easier than you expected or harder than you expected? A petty. Usually the computer is the DM in DF. It's inverted. Yes, no, in DF, in Dwarf Fortress, you are the DM and you're DMing for the computer, which is really cool. Although the computer provides a lot of world gen stuff, right? So the computer certainly provides stuff. You knew somebody in 2014, 2015 that was trapping children in switch rooms for their entire life in Dwarf Fortress? Yeah, that sounds about right. Sounds about right. And, you know, those things don't really work anymore, and I think it's for the best. When you were, like, 12, a friend's brother had it on World Gen on his laptop, and he thought it was the coolest thing ever, and you didn't actually play it until way later. No, totally. Yeah. Other than that, it just clicked. Yeah. No, I think people are going to be shocked when they get their hands on the new UI. People who've never played the game before, premium or otherwise. I think people are going to be shocked. Stone, let me know when you need me to scroll. You know the drill.
Wait, hey.
You remember your first fort disaster? You had 2 fishermen attacked by werepangolins. Werepangolins! Classic. And then you put them in a pit using... you're using them as a part of a trap hallway near the entrance into your fort for invasions. Goblins would walk in a zigzagging path with lots of traps and either die to them or dodge into the pit. Fall a bunch of Z levels, and your thoughts were that the 2 dwarves would turn into werepangolins and then attack. What actually happened is broken and shredded goblins, both whole and in pieces, would rain around. Yep. The Caves of Cut audience is very small, and most of them already played Dwarf Fortress. You also need to remember that. There's a scroll. Hey, look, a horse. By the way, I don't know details. I just know that it's going to have keyboard support, and that community response and requests have led them to have a optional cursor mode where you could play the game keyboard only, theoretically. But, I mean, the hotkeys are all going to be changing because WASD is going to move the camera, right? So, nice and small. Good stuff. But yeah, because WASD is going to move the camera, all the hotkeys are going to be changing. What's the proper way of dealing with plots? What, for gardens? Oh, you mean like plots as in like talking with people? Last time you just locked the whole fort and interrogated? It depends on the plot. I mean, there is no proper way to deal with it. I usually just look at who I suspect of the crime and then interrogate those people. Yeah, it is going to be weird. I mean, the game's going to be mostly mouse-driven, but you should theoretically be, or you will be able to still use the hotkeys. It's just, it's going to be a weird, it's going to be weird relearning a lot of hotkeys. I'll put it that way. It's going to be weird. Not totally sure how excited I am for that bit, but. I mean, right now it's like I'm just hitting slaughter, which is S. So this hotkey will be different. You were super confused when multiple dwarves confessed to the same crime? They did that? Were they all implicated in the same plot? Because that's kind of awesome, actually. What was the crime, if I can ask? And see how Metroid's doing. All right. Just cheering up a little bit. Yeah, no, same. Every now and again, people will ask me in YouTube comments, they're like, what's the hotkey combination for this thing? And I literally have to launch the game. And I go, B, Y. It's like, oh, yeah, you know. DOR, all that stuff, yeah. Probably non-existent, I would guess, considering it's not got a built-in Linux version. So it'll probably be one of those run it at your own risk type games. I mean, everything runs on the Steam Deck to a point. So I think it's less of a Steam Deck support and more Proton support. If it's supported in Proton, it'll run on the Steam Deck. The question is, do you want to play Dwarf Fortress with a joystick? And all I have to say to that is no. So it's more about whether or not it gets supported in Proton, less about whether or not it gets supported by Steam Deck. I know that Zach and Tarn don't have a Steam Deck, so they don't have any basis for that. But, you know, honestly, at this point, I think I'd be much more interested in a demake for Playdate. I'm just saying. It should make a demake for the Playdate. They should do that. They shouldn't do that. They should really make a demake for the Playdate. You can't even get a Steam Deck in your country? What country are you in? I could if I wanted one. I don't want one. You know, speaking of Playdate, I can't show this page because it will show you my address, but estimated delivery day is July 28th to August 1st. Ha! Much excited. Geez, that's a huge stockpile. This fortress is 400 years old. Don't worry about my garbage dump. It's mostly used laundry anyway. All right, you know what? I'm just going to remove Paranoid Metroid from the Wrestler Squad. I mean, if you're going camping, even if you're going glamping, why are you bringing a computer? That's not camping anymore. I mean, I'm going to be a gatekeeper for camping for a second here. That's not camping. This is camping. This was my weekend. That's camping. Is that the dump? That's the stuff I need to get rid of and trade to the next trade caravan dump. Yes. This is camping. I don't even... I would not bring my phone if I had that as an option. You bring your Switch? That's... I bring a backpack. And food. That's basically it. Maybe a book. Maybe a book. Camp keeping? Damn right. Gotta gate all these camps. Hopping out for the moment. We'll catch you later. Are you gonna go watch Jess play Cuphead? Regardless, we'll see you when we see you. Phone is as a valuable emergency tool, though. Yeah, no, I bring my phone, but like I put it basically on airplane mode when I'm up there. I use it for taking photos more than anything. But also the area that I go backpacking in pretty frequently has cell reception, so yes, it is actually a useful emergency tool. Yeah, I don't know. I go backpacking. Very different kind of camping. I'm assuming if you're bringing a Switch and stuff, you're probably driving to a campground, which I don't do. It's too casual. Was that a tarped hammock? That was indeed a tarped hammock, yes. That hammock is more comfortable than my bed. It's so comfy. Hammock with a sleeping bag in it? You don't even need a pillow. Usually I take my change of laundry and I put it behind my head. Then in the morning when I wake up, I take my pillow and I change into it and hike around. What about all the bugs? That's what the tarp's for? And why I wear a bug net on my head? The tarp kept most of them out. But yeah, I put a bug net on my head when I go to bed. Although they weren't bad at all. Like, none of them got into my tarp, so I actually straight up didn't have the bug net on most of the night. Although you can hear them buzzing outside of the hammock, which is a bit unnerving. Because you hear, like, mosquitoes landing on the outside of the hammock and whatnot, but they can't bite you through it because it's too thick, so it's fine. But, yeah, I didn't have any problems with bugs in the hammock. I did get bit, but not in the hammock. I got bit because we were out until 2 o'clock in the morning on the side of the mountain talking, and my socks weren't thick enough, and they bit me through my socks on the ankles a bit. Contained tent, too? Yeah, I usually just bring a tarp and a ground sheet or a hammock.
Hey, Blind. How are you? 3 months of subbing is not something I expected. I also go hiking and hammock camping, and we recently did the Manistee River Trail.
I usually do Mount Seymour, if you want to look it up. It's very close to me in Vancouver. It's like 45 minutes in transit and a 20-minute Uber from where I live. To the bottom giving out. Yeah, you kind of have to check the seams before you head out every time, but... You bring your storm kitchen, spices, a few emergency rations, a fishing rod, your phone, and a power bank. And a power bank, yeah, that's about what I bring too. Well, I don't bring a fishing rod, but... Fallen Kingdom, thank you very much for that resub. Fun fact. That's the first notification of money of the stream, and I've been live for 3 hours, so officially my revenue is like $6 now. So we're doing all right. Cheers, dude. Thanks a ton. Usually don't even touch your phone. Phone is like only for emergencies and photography when I go camping. And thank you very much for the tier 2 for 28 months, Raz. Cheers, dude. It's 2 of you. All right. So military is training. I think I can turn the hobby squad off for a little bit. Let's see what the king wants. Crutches and picks. Crutch. Wood. Can't remember how many he asked for. We're going to make iron cages, though. We're going to do 40, I think. And I'm also going to make iron mechanisms. Make 100 of them. And I'm going to start placing cage traps in here. Because the first few things that get through way too efficiently. To the point where I would like some of those first few crews that come piling through here to get caught in cage traps. It'll make my life a lot easier. If anybody else has a resub that they've been waiting to use, or if you have a Prime sub or 100 bits on your account, you could put some, like, train cars on a track if you wanted. But gotta go to sleep. We'll see you when we see you, Petty. Have a good night. Shale door. You find this material question as the door to your underground kingdom? Dig a little deeper. Dig a little deeper and see what else you can find. You'll find some granite or some diorite. Something a little bit nicer, shall we say? Another thing I would like to do up here in this trap room is go up here, and all of these ore veins are going to get art. I'm also going to put some art in between those two doors because I think those will look nice. I was looking for spots where I could put art. Because, you know, I'm sure the humans will appreciate the art as their skin melts off. It's like, oh, it's your last opportunity for life, so appreciate art. If you refresh the stream, General Grub, you might get a notification, and then you could start that hype train. In order to get the notification, you have to refresh the stream after you resub. Raz, thank you very much for gifting out a 10-pack. Cheers. Even the Squug got one. Ragswolf got one. IDZ got one. That's one of my patrons. Appreciate or else you shall, well, appreciate art so that you can have a slightly nicer period of time before you die. Regardless, though, thanks for the resubs and thanks for the gift pack. It means a lot. It means a lot, Raz. We're constructing these little traps up here. So close? I mean, there's now another 5-minute timer, but it requires 2 people, right? Oh, well. I mean, it wouldn't have counted because it was you doing 2 things. Yeah, it needs to be 3 separate people. Because it was Fallen Kingdom, you, and then you. So, yeah, it wouldn't have counted regardless. You actually got it within the time window, but... it needs 3 people to, like, you know, hype train it. But hype train bureaucracy. I mean, I thought about gifting a sub anonymously, but I don't really have the cash to do that right now. Especially with my rent going up. Curious which one you're going to do first. The furthest away one? Looks like it. Let's see, what kind of art did you draw? Is that a sword? It's a superior layer rendition of the Bend of Cloistering, an image of a bolt. It's a symbol of the ignited creation. Ah! El Proxy! Thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. Brand new sub. Cheers. And enjoy the ad-free viewing. And the emotes. Thank you very much. It's literally the image of our fortress. What's this? A blue peahen. The blue peahen is screaming. The artwork relates to the slaughter of a blue peahen in Longdeath in the late winter of 379. Another image of our place. A slaughter of a cow. And the slaughter of a lamb. Well, that's pleasant. It's just like a brick. It's an image of a cushion cabochon. It's not that bad of a rent increase. It's $60 a month, but still, like, that's a week and a half worth of groceries. So, not thrilled about that. But yeah, to anybody, if you do resub and you don't get a notification, just refresh the stream and you'll get your notification. Twitch doesn't do the best job explaining that to people, but we're forging these iron cages. Are you guys canceling them, or are you actually forging them? Yeah, they're canceling them. Why? I mean, it's full enough. Bizarre. Let's just make wood cages and hope that they burn in the lava. Because then things caught in them will just catch fire. Although, I need to gift a sub anyway, actually, because I'm realizing I hit my sub goal, but I wasn't paying attention. So, I need to quickly do that. If I can quickly do that, I can hype train it. Although I might be too late.
Hype train, hype train.
Never mind, Animal got it. Well done. Thanks for the $1, dude. You did save it, yes. I also need to up my sub goal. Let's go. I don't know. Fun number. That's a fun number. But thank you for the $1, Animal. Much appreciated, man. But there you go. It wasn't too late after all, Raz. The reason it's already at level 3 is because of the 10 subs you gifted. Okay, so that's Paranoid Metroid. This dwarf seems to be doing okay.
This is Sparta!
Oh no, my cat is on my keyboard.
No, they have the workshop to do it in.
068098443QXTV/T/URTR.
Like, I have magma forges, but for some reason...
420 greater than 9,000.
Thanks, Monning. Cheers, friend. Thanks for paying that sub forward. What's the word? There's a lot of things happening in chat at this exact moment.
I bought because the first time discount made the total pie.
What was I talking about? But yeah, no, I have magma forges, so that's not the problem. Literally said the workshop was not assigned. I know what it said, but I don't know why that's happening, and it only happens with iron materials, no other materials. Okay? So, you can say what it said, and I can tell you, I have the thing that it needs. Okay? So, thank you, but doesn't help. Nuclear Sneeze, thank you very much for the $1. What is a bit? 1 bit is 1 American penny that goes on my Twitch paycheck. What? Sure, Animal. Thanks for the $10, Animal. Cheers. I feel like I missed something. Morning, thanks for gifting a sub to Fabs and paying that sub forward. That is a question mark moment? Yes. It is indeed a question mark moment. Like, my suspicion was that, like, see, this dwarf literally made one. Yeah, this dwarf made one. Or rather, one was made because this dwarf has an iron cage. So somebody made them, but they also canceled a bunch of them in advance. Also, I need to make charcoal. Charcoal, 100, because I need charcoal to make iron mechanisms.
Beep boop wee e.
Cheers, Lorenz. Well, I mean, you get a free month of ad-free viewing, courtesy of Raz. Thanks for the $1, animal. But yeah, 1 bit is 1 American penny that goes on my paycheck. That's what bits are. So 100 bits is $1, 1,000 bits is $10. 10,000 bits is $100, etc. That's what a bit is. And sometimes they have first-time purchaser deals and things, I don't know. And you can unlock badges and shit, but it's largely a huge scam, I would say. But it does pad my paychecks and help me pay rent, so a large portion of the money I make comes from bits and subs. So, thank you very much for making today good, Animal. Cheers, man. The only difference between an iron anvil and a steel anvil, Yoshi, is dwarves get happy thoughts when they're near a steel anvil. It's literally the only difference. There's no practical difference between an iron anvil and a steel anvil. Aside from that, they get happy thoughts when they're near a pretty steel anvil. That's the only difference. Even though you were on a holiday for a week? I mean, hell yeah. It's good, dude. Yeah, I mean, all of my anvils are steel. Steel anvils are prettier, basically. It's like the difference between using a toilet in a crappy diner that hasn't been cleaned in a while and walking into a 5-star hotel's bathroom and it's like, you know, got a built-in back massager and you're like, oh my God, it's that kind of thing. You know, it's like one has a built-in foot massager and the other one's an anvil. Yes, happy thoughts are extremely valuable, Fricky. Also, hello. Welcome to the channel. Thanks for the $15, Raz. Cheers, dude. I guess Raz just had to take number 1 back. Raz is like, no, I'm gonna win. Greetings from Finland. Hello. Yeah, one of my teammates is from Finland, actually. Yeah, like, Finland and Holland are, like, the two countries, like, the Dutch and the Finns are, like, the two countries I run into, like, the most. That aren't, like, you know, the super heavily populated countries. But thank you very much,Az. And thanks a ton to everybody who's, you know, thrown money at me in the last 15 minutes. You deserve one for streaming Dwarf Fort. Been streaming Dwarf Fort for years. You know, like the real like claim to fame that this channel has is like, I don't know, somehow I've convinced both Zach and Tarn Adams to tune into the stream or like join me on stream once every few months, and that's pretty huge. You're gonna see if you fall asleep. Alrighty, Stone, you have a good night. I will screenshot any other things that pop up and happen. Thank you very much for the hype train chat. You guys are very kind. $13 subs and $31 in bits. Subs are about $2.50 each. So thank you very much. Maybe I'll sleep an hour or 8. Maybe I'll be back in half an hour. Alrighty. Well, we'll see you when we see you, Stone. If you can sleep, sleep. It's usually worth it. Okay, we're making wooden cages. I'm going to make a couple more carpenter shops down here. Or carpenters. Mm-hmm. But chat, can I get a big round of beers for everybody who threw money at me in the last 10 minutes or so? Just type in the word beer, or the beer emote, or the beers emoji, or my follower emote, Crypt Burr, or the HS Cheers, like Hearthstone brew emote thing, or the word beer in many languages, or exclamation point beer. It's kind of like this channel's way of doing a hype thing. I don't know. Nonsensical spam comes from there. I like my chat to be readable, but chat just paid my paycheck for the week, so maybe not for the week, but for the day for sure. YouTube ad revenue has been a lot better recently, but doesn't cover all the bills, that's for sure. It is absolutely bonkers how well the YouTube channel's been doing, though. Like, I cannot overstate that enough. It's just, it's been crazy how well it's been doing. You've just thrown money at a fridge this month? Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. Bought a new fridge kind of deal, or, like, had an old one repaired? You know, it's, I don't know. Most of the stuff I've thrown money at this month has been like I bought stuff for fermenting. Like, I bought some, like, 2-liter jars and, like, some fermenting caps. Because in my community garden plot, I've got, well, so far, 4 cabbages, and I'm going to get another 15 in the next, like, 3 weeks. So, and then another 30, which won't be ready until a little later in the year. Oh, you got migrants? How big is the migrant wave? Yeah, and so I won't actually be... Oh, so I will have tons of sauerkraut in a couple of weeks. But the benefit of that is, like, the cost of sauerkraut is so high. Like, I just need to make, like, 2 liters of sauerkraut, and I've already paid off the jars. Because the jars were, like, $10 a piece, and then the caps for them were, like, $6 each, and then I just had to, like, set up the lids correctly, and that was easy. But organic fermented sauerkraut is, like, $12 a bottle for some fucking reason here, so I will have organic fermented sauerkraut. And that's for, like, 500 mils. That's not even a liter. New one, combo thingy for freezing and refrigeration. Gotcha, you've been living in a small, with a small under-the-counter one. Oh, boy. Like, the size of, like, a, what's it called? Like, the size of a beer fridge kind of deal? That seems a bit too small to live out of. But I couldn't imagine living without a freezer. But hell yeah. That's good. Good to hear you've got a good upgrade there. What's this you hear about the war? The humans of the Confederacy of Sport, these guys, were dumb enough to attack us, so we're at war with them. They haven't attacked us yet this year, or yet this stream, rather. But they've been attacking us pretty consistently once a year / every other year. You should freeze more food more often. Food isn't, food is a, well, you don't need to freeze a lot of food. I prefer making fresh food, actually. But I use my freezer to freeze ingredients, or certain ingredients. Like, I have some frozen pesto in my freezer now, which I've frozen in an ice cube tray, because I just made a bunch of pesto as well. What are you doing? Oh, I see. You just happen to be standing in a spot where it looks like you're doing something else, but you're not. Makes sense. Refrigeration? Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird word. The more I look at the word refrigeration, the weirder it looks, actually. Because to me, it looks like a word like reuse or redid or redone or remodel. It's like, okay, so where's the current fridge if that's the refridge? Anyway. From a parody YouTube video? It works! It's great! You put them into little, like the little rubber ones where you can like pop things out. You just freeze a little bit of pesto because it's good in your fridge for like a month, but like if you put it into an ice cube, then you can just pop it out into a bowl of pasta and just stir it around and melt it. Done. It's great. Or into like a pot of pasta that you've just cooked that's all hot. Melts in a couple seconds and then there you go. Just for them days when you're too lazy to do groceries? Yeah, I getcha. Sometimes I prep a whole bunch of breakfast burritos, which is nice, but they're not super healthy, so I don't do it very often. It's like it's cheese and egg and like a little bit of like green something, maybe some vegetable. It's like, it's not that good for you. Good to see Longdeath is still standing. Oh, it definitely will. It'll probably still stand even after you die. I mean, don't be such a downer, but... Dwarf Fortress and some pro-life tips? I mean... My brother-in-law freezes olive oil, which I think is strange. But he says that it's wonderful. He's like, you take olive oil and some spices, and you freeze it in an ice cube tray. And then when you're making a stir fry, you just crack that into your pan, and it's like, done. It's like something that I never even thought to do, just pre-portioned olive oil. It's like, huh. Or like those people that will take like creamer and freeze that. I don't know, to have it pre-portioned. But like I've encountered people who will freeze like creamer for coffee and then use it to make iced coffee. Won't that burn the spices in the olive oil? Yes. Although my favorite thing to do with olive oil is take decarbed weed and then very lightly simmer that in a pot and then make a stir fry with, or a salad with that oil, and then it's like the equivalent of setting your head on fire for the next 3 days. It's great. It's like you have a salad with that oil, and it's like, well, I feel elevated now. Welp. Your mom used to freeze toast. Hold on a second. What do you do with toast once it's been... Like, I freeze bread, but, like, what do you do with toast once it's been frozen? Because, like, if you were to just let that thaw, it would turn into mush. Like, is she freezing toast and then using it to make, like, croutons? I can kind of see that. Or, like, bread pudding. But, like, you wouldn't want to just eat a slice of frozen toast after it's been thawed. I feel like that wouldn't end well. Beer fridge plus 1 row for freezing compartment? Gotcha. So literally like a hotel fridge then. I really like shopping every couple of days. Like on my days off, I usually go grocery shopping twice. And the first one is usually on a Friday and I buy almost nothing. I'll buy like enough for like that day and then the next day. And it's actually something that I missed very, very dearly during the pandemic that actually like impacted my mental health a lot, was not being able to grocery shop as often, because I love grocery shopping. It's like walking around in a candy shop. It's like, oh, what am I going to cook for myself tonight? Helps that I'm a good cook, right? It's like, because I'm a good cook, it's like, it's an exciting ordeal to go to the grocery store. You put the frozen slices straight into the toaster to prevent it from becoming inedible. Huh. I mean, like, I freeze bread, right? I put bread in the freezer. And then I remove the bread from the freezer and I let it thaw overnight in the fridge. And then I toast that. And that's just fine. Like, completely fine. But, I don't know, that seems like a food crime. I don't know. Eating frozen food is a plan that is not well thought out. Uh-huh. Go on. So when are the humans going to invade us again? Okay, so we're still waiting for a lot of these cages to get installed. It's okay, we welcome bad puns here. I'm building more cage traps in the corners here. I'm just hoping that the humans who run ahead get caught. Well, it's just like, Sir Mikey, to bounce off of that one, why is there screaming coming from the kitchen? It's because Mom is beating the eggs. And also, why can't skeletons play church music? It's because they got no organs! Anyway, yeah, that's a pretty good one. The wire graveyard's so loud, it's because of all the coffin. Yeah, it's a pretty good one. Can you tell a joke? No! Why do cows have bells? Why do cows have bells? Because their horns don't work. That's a pretty good one, actually. I like that one. Quality dad jokes, pro-life tips, and quality... Dwarf Fortress, life pro tips, or life hacks, shall we say, and dad jokes. Yes, that's this channel. And also a record player for good measure. It's like, I got everything. What else do you really need? And my project for this weekend is to make my that other tape deck that I got work, and then we can have a tape deck hopefully by next week. Hopefully, I need that deoxit that I ordered to arrive, which is arriving sometime tomorrow. So, because I ran out of deoxit with my last project. I had a very small bottle. I don't laugh at any jokes. Like, it's very rare that I laugh at things. It's really, like, unless I'm very high, I'm not somebody who easily laughs at stuff. Like, I don't find things funny. So, what kind of tape deck? Hold up. So this is officially my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th tape deck. Or tape playing device. One of them's a boombox. But I found this on the side of the road on my weekend. It's kind of really fucking heavy, but it's a Akai AC A100. Yeah. Need to, like, do some more research on it. But yeah, it works it works. It just needs the pots cleaned. Found a manual for it? Yeah, I haven't. I literally got it Monday night. So all I've done with it is plugged it in to see if it works, and that's all I've done with it. So I haven't looked up the manual or anything, but yeah. I don't even know what year it is. And I'm like looking at it now, but archive.org has a manual. Want to link it? Old punk tapes and stuff? I don't have a lot of old tapes. I have, it's 25 cassette tapes now. A lot of like one-off small runs of various synth music. I've got a couple demo tapes. And then just some older ones from my childhood, like I still have my old Soundgarden tapes. Thank you. Nice. Shoutouts to the person who uploaded this. But yeah, obviously mine doesn't have the accompanying record player or the speakers or anything, which is a bit of a shame. I kind of wish it did, but I just have the bass portion. But you know, this is like the original thing was supposed to have speakers and like, you know, the accompanying record player and all that. It also has like a plugin for a CD, so. Now I'm like Googling this thing, which is a problem. Why am I doing this right now? Anyway. Haircuts for Men keeps constantly releasing their stuff on tape. Yeah, I mean tapes are just cheap and fun. And a lot of artists have them, so I have a few. But yeah, no, my mom actually saw it on the side of the road, and she's like, yeah, I saw this tape deck on the side of the road, but we didn't stop. And I was like, where? I just went and got it. Well, I mean, here, I'll show you my favorite tape playing device. Of course, not counting my Nakamichi, which is my actual favorite tape playing device, but I have this fucking thing. Heavy as hell. Especially with 9 D cells in it. That thing could, like, kill a beach party. But I'm not much of a beach person, so. The thing is gorgeous. It's wonderful. 9 D-cell batteries is what it takes. 9. It takes 9 D-cell batteries, but I bought them because they come in packs of 18. So I have 18 D-cells, and I used it with the batteries for maybe 20 minutes once. But since then, like, I use that thing as a podcast player. I have a cable that's compatible with the back of it for the import, and I just plug into my phone and I listen to podcasts on it. You know, 9 D-cells or a car battery. I don't know how the fuck you'd hook it. Well, I guess actually if you just plug because there's like a cord, if you just had a converter and you plug it into that, yeah, you could power it off a car battery probably. We're rolling into winter now. Normally the humans attack in the fall, so I'm kind of surprised we haven't been attacked yet. But we're going to play this fort, which is admittedly very slow just because it's so old, probably for another 2 or 3 hours. And then we're going to swap to the younger fort that's a lot more exciting. Which is the good fort and the good biome, which has gnomes everywhere that keep stealing my alcohol. Retro podcast player? Literally, yes. But then there's this record player, which the camera points at. That thing's brand new. It's a Fluence RT81 with a built-in amplifier. Very cheap record player. Well, not cheap. It's like not a cheap record player. It's like a $300 record player, which is like decent. Totally fine. Always wonder why dwarves are efficient with axes when they live in caves. Axe weapon, pickaxe, dig. Well, they don't hate elves, actually. Dwarves are actually one of the most tolerant factions in Dwarf Fortress. It's the players, the humans, who attribute their hate of elves to dwarves. The dwarves themselves are actually quite tolerant of other people. Every now and again, you'll get a dwarf who doesn't like those with a different appearance or culture, but that's very rare, actually. It's a pretty strange and rare trait to have in dwarves. I mean, most dwarves are comfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from themselves. You want to take it easy. You want to break? Well, we'll finish putting away all the garbage and then pause all the jobs and then give the dwarves a break. Yeah, no, dwarves don't hate elves. It's the player base that, for some reason, hates elves. It's the goblins are much less tolerant. Same with the humans are much less tolerant in Dwarf Fortress, but the dwarves are actually the most tolerant race in Dwarf Fortress. Ho, 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 and a bottle of rum? Is that what that says?
Ho ho.
Cheers. Thank you very much for the 34th month. Welcome back, Mind. It's good to see you. I hope you've been well. There was a U-turn on slash our Ev Exchange the other day. I've never seen that subreddit before, but... Oh, you mean a U-turn is in, like, the record player? Is the Primo model not cheap? Yeah, I mean, the U-turns are modular, upgradable tables, right? So if you have all of the high-end bits, you know, they're expensive. Ah! There we go. The enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. I need ballista arrows and crutches. Huh. Interesting. Hey, Cappy. What's up? It's time for burninating! Is really what it is. Let's lock this. Let's lock this. And let's lock this. Give these dwarves a mow to get indoors. Let's just take a peek around and make sure everybody's inside. I think they are. Not a bad little enemy siege so far. Squads are off. Good. Let's pull this lever and lock the front door. Trogdor! Yeah, we're definitely going to be Trogdoring. Although the Dwarfs is Trogdor. What layer did I have this on? There it is. Oh, the lever, Dwarf. Ooh, not a model I'm familiar with. Probably because of where it's made. But yeah, my actual like daily driver record player is a realistic LAB 400, which was bought new in Radio Shack in 1979 by my mom and dad. So, it's literally family heirloom status of record player. And then my main daily driver speakers were given to me for free by my aunt. My Nakamichi cassette deck 2 was given to me for free by my other aunt. There you go. Okay, you're supposed to close. Wow, it's a pretty big siege. Some humans are running up. Oops, getting a little bit of lag because of all the humans on the map, but this seems to be the front of the siege. Cappy, get him! Is that a Pokemon with is that a Pikachu with a machine gun? That's a Pikachu with a machine gun. I don't think the Pokemon company would like their IP being used that way very much, but I respect it. Also, the happy Pikachu is nice. I like those emotes. Those are good. One of my favorite things that's like gonna happen eventually one of these days in the Twitch industry is at some point the Pokemon company is going to clamp down on everybody using Pokemon emotes because like the Pokemon company won't let you sell like stickers or pins of Pokemon without express permission. So at some point, I'm convinced they're going to go after people using Pokemon or that have Pokemon emotes. Convinced it's going to happen. If they copyright claim it, it makes it canon. So what you need is a Pokemon with a cannon. Then we can make that cannon canon. That's the main siege. Warner claimed that? Really? People ask me why I don't stream my normal record collection on stream more often. Maybe when winter rolls around this year. Yeah, I mean, it's like 100 plus views probably. Yeah, it's 100 plus views. Next winter, once the weather gets crappy again, I'm going to have to do Discord streams again where I stream music that I'm not allowed to stream on Twitch. Or that I don't have permission to stream on Twitch, rather, on Discord. That's one of my favorite habits to do. Or one of my favorite things to do, actually, is stream music that's not Twitch safe on Discord because, you know, Discord doesn't have any cops, so it's a safer place. Any good lava-proof armor? Iron. Mostly iron. Yeah, iron shield, iron spear. The fortunate thing about Discord is you kind of have the ability to get away with the excuse of we're just a bunch of friends sharing media, you know? Like, you can kind of get away with streaming videos on Discord and stuff because it's like, oh, we're just friends sharing media, right? Which is always kind of like the caveat I say whenever I do those record streams is like, guys, remember, we're all friends. We all hang out sometimes and listen to records, and we just happen to live on the other side of the continent. So we're, I'm streaming these Talking Heads records, and please don't call the police. Yes, lava, this lava specifically, is our defenses. They're all going to get... I'm saying they're going to get burninated for a reason. I'm not just, like, making useless Trogdor references. I'm making useful Trogdor references. That is absolutely not true, Sir Mikey, but they're a money-making platform that doesn't actively get stared at by music and record labels, whereas Twitch does, right? Letting the days go by. Water flowing under. The consumer doesn't make money? They're about to. Trust me, they're about to. They're currently beta testing subscriptions for servers because Discord servers already lock features behind paywalls. And actually, I think it's kind of nice. Hear me out for a second. Because Discord servers already lock features behind paywalls. My server has 2 rooms that are locked behind subscribing on Twitch or Patreon, right? Oh, you yikes me. It's like, my Discord has 2 rooms that you have to either give Twitch money or Patreon money to get into, right? They're my 2 subrooms. Discord is going to have an option to offer those same rooms behind a paywall for the Discord server that pays the person who owns the Discord, which is literally just doing what we do on Twitch and on Patreon, but bringing it in-house, which I think is totally fine, especially because they're planning on having a 90-10 cut. So there's a few servers that already have it, but it's going to be rolling out wider. And yeah, I'm going to offer it as an option because why not? Might as well. Since I literally already have paid rooms on my Discord or locked rooms, or rooms that are locked behind a paywall already, there's literally no reason to not. Makes perfect sense, actually. It's like some people don't want to give Twitch money. Okay. Some people don't want to give Patreon money. Okay. Options is fine. In fact, YouTube should get off their ass and allow for YouTube members integration as well. The owner can have 100% through something outside of Discord. Nobody has 100% through something outside of Discord. Unless, like, you send me a PayPal transfer directly or a money wire and then I manually give you the role. Nothing gives me 100% outside of Discord. Patreon doesn't give me 100%. Twitch doesn't give me 100%. PayPal doesn't give you a 100%. Nothing gives you 100%. You're worried about copyright setting in? I think your worries are not super legitimate. Just because, like, because rooms on Discord have such strict caps, like the number of people you can have. Coffee doesn't take a cut, but PayPal still takes a cut. Raz. Literally everything takes a cut. Maybe you should do a totally free Discord clone. I don't know how you would make something like that totally free with server hosting costs, but good luck. So, who cares? I know how you feel about Discord, mind, and I don't want to have that discussion again. All right, these cage traps seem to be working real well, real nicely. Not all of them got set up, though, unfortunately. I may have to kill 1 or 2 humans. I mean, isn't that literally called TeamSpeak? Then? Mind? Like, not to just be a big dumb or anything, but isn't that literally just TeamSpeak? Like, if the audience has to run the servers themselves, that's quite literally TeamSpeak. Unless I'm missing something here. Might need a few more. Oh, I don't want to catch all of them in the cage traps, because I'm going to have to empty the cage traps, most likely. Although most of them are just going to melt, which is the idea. You know, honestly, Discord is one of those companies that I don't actually mind supporting financially. Just because I would rather give Discord money than Zoom money. And I use video calling software multiple times a week. So when it comes down to, okay, who would I rather give money to? Discord or Zoom? I'm going to give money to Discord. All right. I mean, like, to give you an idea, I used Discord to get my entire family off Facebook. My mom, my dad, and both my sisters, and my sister's husbands are all in a Discord server with me. And we use it to share family photos. And my dad likes it because he gets high-quality copies of the photos, and he downloads all of the photos that we post. It's kind of fantastic. So I'm extremely happy for the existence of Discord because of that. Okay. Let's see. I'm just going to kind of do an eyeball estimate. Looks like most of the siege is inside. So we're going to go to here, and I'm going to pull this lever, do it now. I'm going to pull this lever and tell them to do it now. This is going to flip this bridge up here, this iron bridge, and it's also going to flip up this iron bridge down here. So let's just let this move. As they all move inside. This one's carrying a ring. What? Huh. Hold up. This is an artifact ring that was made in my fort that I'm pretty sure I sold to this faction. Weird. I mean, it's going to get melted. Well, actually, it's going to catch fire, so I'm going to have to dump water on it probably, but... You fucking love this game? You know that they're already majority owned by Tencent, right? Sir Mikey? They're not going to get purchased, but they're already majority owned by Tencent, so they might as well have been. There we go. We closed the gate in time. And the back. Or it's like 50% owned by Tencent or something. So can sell it again. Lava whoosh. So now I pull this lever. Shut the camera off for entertainment purposes. King, come down here. And also I can turn this off for time being because there's no way out for the dwarves. And then this happens. Bloop. Surprise! Motherfuckers! Those are all the ones on fire. Look at them all melt. Yeah, no, totally. No, Discord isn't trying to sell, but they are trying to, I think, get onto the public market, right? They want to be on Wall Street, if you know what I'm saying. So imagine the terror. Oh yeah, lava flow and chill. I mean, those recruits are all in terror. That's what those exclamation points mean. It's a pity they're not actively in combat, because then we could read detailed descriptions of them melting, but because they're not technically in combat with anything, we don't get a combat log here, which is kind of a shame. Anyway, the siege is over, so the ones on the surface are all leaving now. I mean, these would be human screams, not dwarf screams. Can we check their injuries? Yes, but it just says, like, mangled beyond all reason or missing. Like, her first toe on her left foot is oozing human blood. Her first toe on her right foot is burned. Her right lower arm is oozing human blood. Her right lower arm is burned. It's not like a description of what's happening. It's what's happened. Must be fun. Yeah, no, I do kind of love how where they were all standing right when it went off. I mean, some of them managed to get further away, like down up here and whatnot, to live a little longer, but like these guys in the center are just kind of who just kind of boned. Absolutely oozing. Oh, definitely oozing. Yeah. It needs Wilhelm scream. It needs some of this. And it doesn't quite look like those cages are melting just yet. Although if they're made of iron, they might not melt. Oh, also this happens sometimes. They bug out and don't actually burn up entirely. They just catch fire and then run around. Which is kind of amazing. And then they become lava immune. I don't know what actually causes that, but it happens every now and again. You'll have people that just like magically won't catch fire somehow. You play the recording up for them? Yeah, here's one. This guy, Lukey, seems to have bugged out. I don't know if it's just this version or what it is, but humans in lava don't always burn up entirely. Although their fat dribbles out, which is kind of funny. I hope that I would hope that they're enjoying the wall carvings. I mean, look at the great view that they have of them right there. It takes a little bit to flow to the end, but, you know, most of the invaders are done. Yeah, it doesn't look like the cages catch fire. That's a shame. That is a shame. Nope, only humans. So far, all they've attacked us with is humans. Oh, wait, actually, one of the cages caught fire. Is this one iron? Yeah, okay, the iron ones won't. Lead will, the tin will, the copper will. Lead should. But we're assembling ballista arrows. They're pondering epidemics. Because they've all left at the top, I can also open up the door again. Under masterwork, Urist eating cheese. I mean, like, let's see. It's an exceptionally designed image of Mikael, the dwarf in mudstone by Lear. Mikael is raising a mudstone crown. The artwork relates to the masterful mudstone crown created by the dwarf Mikael. Steam torch for the eternal adventure of time in the late summer of 111. So this is an image of Urist holding up a crown. This is an image of Urist being promoted. This is a picture of Aerith Gragnok raising the reflections of the line. It's about someone stealing reflections from the line from the fort. I think that was a dwarf that got expelled, actually. Narrow halls and low light? Oh, totally. I mean, dwarves have dark vision, but humans don't. But I don't think the game actually accounts for that, really. Well, these are the smart ones that'll live longer than anybody else. Yeah, the best part about this style of defensive strat is it burns all of the clothing that you don't need and gets rid of all of the bodies so the dwarves don't need to dispose of them, because disposing of the bodies is like the biggest stressor on the dwarves more than anything. And it's the thing that it takes the dwarves the longest to recover from. But, you know, it takes a little while. That's the only issue. Yes, all the good precious metal. So it's just iron and steel, the stuff that's magma safe that's safe by the end of it, which is, you know, what you want. That's what you want to have left. You want to have the high quality precious metals left over. Yeah. And then you have to, because these are humans, so the dwarves can't wear it because they're too big. I set them all to melt, and then I set a melt metal item job and just set it to infinity. And then I set all of the items in there to melt, and then they run in there and melt them all, and then they leave. And it's a good time. Yo, the itch.io, the itch.io account just promoted this. Play through simple mini games to help maintain a ship. It's a game about maintaining a spaceship using little mini games. I think I might have to grab this one for my playdate too. This looks adorable. It's like a little Star Trek game. Keeping a little space station alive. I'm in. Sorry. For those of you who watch my YouTube channel, get ready for a bunch of Playdate games. Because my Playdate arrives at the end of this month, supposedly. I had an initial arrival date, and then there was some problems with shipping, and now it's got a revised arrival date, and it's supposed to be, like, in the next 5 days it'll arrive. Me, a RimWorld fan? I have 4,000 hours in RimWorld, and I hate that stupid game. So no, not really. Not anymore. I was. Not really these days, though. Although I am involved with the Hot Potato Charity Marathon, which is a charity event that happens annually, where we basically pass a save file along. I help on the organization end, not on the actual playing side of it. I participated a couple years in a row, but I haven't participated in 2 years now. But I do help them organize it. And last year the event raised what was it? Almost 100,000 US for Doctors Without Borders. So, you know, it does pretty well. A friend of mine is the founder and organizer for it, so. But yeah, no, I disagree with the business model of that game a lot, and I disagree with how they treat their community. And I really liked it throughout early access, but the final versions of that game changed it a lot and removed a lot of mechanics and adjusted a lot of mechanics and made things like that game. So, like, to give you an example, Dwarf Fortress, weird thing starts happening. That's considered a bug. Tarn goes, "Oh, that's awesome," and leaves it in the game and accommodates for it. RimWorld, weird thing starts happening. It's identified as a bug. Gets patched out and nerfed into oblivion where it doesn't happen anymore. And I don't like that. I hate that. I can't stand that style of balancing. So, yeah, Tarn fixes things that cause frame rate death, but, you know, like or not frame rate death. Tarn fixes things that either make the game crash or make the frame rate break. But, like, you know, if you want to defend your entire fortress with drawbridges, you can. So, yeah, no, I'm not a huge fan of RimWorld or the developer. Yeah, well, there was never 1,000 dead cats in the tavern, but sure. That's a very massive exaggeration. But yeah, that was a bug in the game from, you know, what, 6-7 years ago? Like 2016 that happened. Like 7 years ago now. Why do you ask, though? Although I do owe RimWorld a, you know, something, because I probably wouldn't have a streaming career if it wasn't for RimWorld. I did stream a lot of it. I do hope that the more annoying portions of the RimWorld community stay on RimWorld and don't come over to Dwarf Fort, though. Was all the class synergy was killed when so many loot spots and spells and the whole exploration rewards Noida were nerfed to the ground. Oh, really? Wow, that's weird. Stuff like that is just sad. Well, I mean, like, one of the recent bugs that Tarn only just learned about from my most recent interview was the giants and night creatures in world generation can become religious figures and join factions through the religion system. They're not supposed to be able to do that, but they're absolutely going to embrace that and roll with it because they think that that's an awesome mechanic. You know, isn't it cool as hell to be playing adventure mode and find a Cyclops priest in a church? Isn't that just bad? Not even an intended feature. Total bug. Completely a bug. 100% a bug. But, like, you could have a Minotaur deity priest that lives in a temple in a world that you generate now. Completely unintended feature. And that is awesome. Back in Noida Beta, you could travel to the side world and get stuff from there, but you need so many spells and ways to get there. Might as well just beat the game because it's easier. No, understandable. You were curious, really? There's only a few decent colony-based games, and Dwarf Fortress is easily the best. Well, no, I think it's less that Dwarf Fortress is the best, and more that Dwarf Fortress is the most unique, right? Like, I don't like comparing RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress. For two reasons. RimWorld is not really the same kind of game as Dwarf Fortress. It advertises itself as that, but it's really a base building tower defense game, right? There's very little simulation going on in the world, right? There's very little under the hood world generation stuff. There's very little, and like, yeah, characters will have descriptions, but those are all pre-written. And the characters, like maybe they'll lose limbs and stuff, but they don't really evolve as characters. And like, you know, I can go back and there's a few specific pawns that I think I had back in the, like I had this one pawn that was like an 80-year-old granny, which had like all maxed out combat stats, which was just completely rebuilt as a cyborg. And like that character's memorable, but there's very few of those, right? I didn't have, like, in my thousands of hours of playing RimWorld, there was very few characters that I can think back and I'll be like, ah, yes, this pawn named this thing who did all of this stuff. Or, like, I had one pawn who, like, cheated on his wife, like, 4 times and got married, like, a dozen times and damn near caused the downfall of an entire base just because, like, kept cheating on people. But, like, those characters are so few and far between. Every single fort I've ever done in Dwarf Fortress, I remember half the characters because they're so well-defined and memorable. So I don't really compare the two. Like, there's such different games. There's such different games. But, like, as far as colony builders go, yeah, I mean, there's really, like, there's Odd Realm, King Under the Mountain, Dwarf Fortress, I guess, Going Medieval, No Moria or slash Innomia, but those games are both kind of dead. Towns, which we don't talk about. There's Space Haven and Starmancer. Starmancer's not great though. Yeah, no, like there's really not that many. RimWorld is it's more of a tower. It's about the tower defense, right? It's literally more of a tower defense game, right? Whereas like Dwarf Fortress is like it has the component of Dwarf Fortress, which is the colony builder bit, but it also literally has Kenshi in it too. Right? Like, very few people talk about that, but, like, adventure mode is literally Kenshi. You can have a party of people and mounts and friends and go from town to town completing quests for people and then build a fucking fortress in adventure mode. Like, you can literally play Kenshi in Dwarf Fortress. It's weird, it's obtuse, it's kind of buggy, but you can do it. And that's kind of awesome. I'm literally just babysitting this kind of stressed out dwarf. Are all the humans dead yet? Almost. So yeah, it's basically just this. Also, it looks like they do burn to death inside the cages, which is good. I wasn't certain about that. To be fair, Dwarf Fortress has the extended of the history character development and was. I mean, no, RimWorld's not going to add anything fun because they're this is my actual issue with RimWorld, right? RimWorld's not going to add any of that because they're too busy milking out minor features as DLC, right? Like they're too busy milking that game to the core to actually add major interesting features. Maybe in a sequel, but I don't think you're ever actually going to get a sequel. So, no, you're not going to get that. The issue is you have a developer that tried to make Dwarf Fortress, failed to make Dwarf Fortress, because instead of making Dwarf Fortress, they made it, instead of making a compelling story builder like Dwarf Fortress, they made a compelling strategy tower defense game about difficulty. So you're not going to make Dwarf Fortress. And he's stated before that he's largely given up. Like, he wanted to make Dwarf Fortress, he failed to make Dwarf Fortress, and instead of making Dwarf Fortress, he made a different thing. And now all he's got left is to milk it. And he's, you know, sold millions of copies, so might as well milk it, right? Whereas, like, meanwhile, like, Zach and Tarn have stated that, oh yeah, no, if Dwarf Fortress sells, you know, 500,000 or 1 million copies or whatever, they will maybe open source world generation and hire another programmer. Kenshi was kind of a letdown. I hate Kenshi. I don't like looking at it is the problem I have with Kenshi. I mean, it's not a bad game. Kenshi's really cool. I don't like looking at it is my issue with it. How many people do you think will get mad at Dwarf Fortress for not being RimWorld? I have no idea, and I hope not many. Kenshi 2? I'm holding out hope for Kenshi 2. I will play Kenshi 2. I will play Kenshi 2 whenever that releases. Although, again, whenever I do like load up Kenshi, I realize very quickly, actually, how about I just play Caves of Qud instead? How about I just play Caves of Qud instead? That old ugly engine? Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, like, I've had several discussions off cast with, and like messaging and DMs and stuff off cast with, like Tarn and the community manager at KitFox and forum moderator extraordinaire Clinodev, just about like our concerns of whether or how the community is going to react when they. And this is actually when people ask me about RimWorld in this stream, the reason I downplay RimWorld so much is kind of people need to be aware that it's a very different game from Dwarf Fort, right? What do you think is the hardest thing that players need to learn? That the memes are wrong. Oh, wait, what? Blue Space Weeb died? All right, Banana. I'm sorry, you gotta go. Banana just tantrumed and killed Blue Space Weeb. Where's the body? Oh, man. That sucks.
Bring out your dead!
29 days in prison for murder. But yeah, learning that the memes are mostly wrong. And that Dwarf Fortress isn't RimWorld. Dwarf Fortress is an extremely easy game, and people need to realize that. But the hardest thing for people to learn, maybe how the HP system works. I don't know. I don't find Dwarf Fortress to be hard at all. It's obtuse. It's not hard. And people confuse obtuseness with difficulty all the time. There's nothing hard about Dwarf Fortress. For your faction, Finian? Like, is it the Mountain Homes Outpost Liaison? Or is it an actual elf title person? Oh, wow, are you getting put... Oh, man, I forgot about this chain. I have a prison chain in this room right here, which I always forget about. I really shouldn't let this be... Let's see, how do you like being in prison? Oh, you just got a visitor. Oh. But yeah, no, the reason I say the memes is because the meme is that Dwarf Fortress is this impossible, difficult, deep, scary, hard to get into nightmare of a video game. Those are the memes. Like, if the memes are to believe, Dwarf Fortress is the most complicated, difficult game to learn of all time. And it's just not true. It's deep, yeah. It's got a lot of mechanics, yeah. It's not this impossible nightmare game that some people seem to think it is. I mean, okay. You want to see a game that is significantly harder to learn than Dwarf Fortress? This is one of the most popular games in the world. Very, 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 very difficult video game. Much harder. So much harder. Because you're also competing not against, like, you know, the difficulty of the game itself, but also all of the people who are significantly better at the game than you. Significantly harder. Learning games isn't about game difficulty. It's about just having the desire to learn it. What are the Tarkov devs doing? I don't pay attention to Tarkov at all. I just know that it exists. So. I always thought that the Tarkov devs were similar to the My Summer Card devs, where they just like seeing people hurt. Yes, you need a trade depot. B, capital D. And you need architecture assigned to a dwarf to make it. So, I don't know. I think people just need to learn that they should have started playing DF a while ago. You're not even bad at Tarkov, and it's still one of the hardest shooters you've ever played? Yeah, it is the hardest. It's the hardest popular game. I mean, saying something like EVE Online is harder is also a valid thing as well. But I would say learning Dwarf Fortress is significantly easier than something like EVE Online. Speaking of, all right, so all of the humans in here have been burneded, with the exception of this one because he decided to defy. You know, I almost wonder if these ones that aren't burning are like vampires or something. Or if there's some weird bug involved with them. Yeah, the second you realize that there's a step-by-step guide on the wiki, Snoogans, it becomes so much easier. So much easier. So much easier. Like, literally, like, Dwarf Fortress on Steam is going to have tutorials. No one who's even remotely decent at video games is going to have any trouble playing it. I mean, obviously, if you've never played a video game before, it'll probably be a daunting task to learn, but if you've played, like, a single colony builder or even like something that's just similar but very different, like RimWorld, or even like The Sims, you'll be able to figure it out. If you're stuck, pause the game. Yeah, and if you're wondering why your frame rate's running so slowly, it might just be paused. I've had that happen a couple times where I'll just look around and be like, "My God, why is my frame so bad? What did I just frame rate death my phone? Oh," and then I realize it's because I'm paused. This makes so much sense now. That happens to me at least once a day, or like I'll think the game is crashing and it's actually just saving. I have like a momentary panic attack. It's like, why is the game crash? Oh, it's not crashing. It's just saving. It's a lava drain, lava whoosh. So pull those two. And that will open up these bridges, which will start draining the lava. And seal the bridge in the center, which will stop lava from flowing in. So lava's going to stop flowing in, and lava's going to start flowing out. There it goes. Look at that. Beautiful, really? This whole thing will drain super quick. And then we'll let this guy out. Because, you know, he's on fire. They've actually... So, adventure mode's a lot easier since the last update. If you haven't played adventure mode in a while, I recommend going back to it. The boogeymen now only exist in haunted biomes. So unless you're wandering around in a haunted forest, you're not going to have random boogeymen in the middle of the night. You're not going to have random, like, night creatures just attacking you for no fucking reason. You might get, like, a bear attacking you, but night creatures are not a guaranteed every night thing anymore. They're only a... Also, like, you can... Because you can have mounts as of the last major update, you could also have, like, I don't know, a giant jaguar that you're walking around with, and that'll just, like, auto insta-gib any fucking, you know, a monster that shows up on your trail. It's like, oh, there was a goblin there? What about that red smear? Got it. Crutches and picks and one glove. Leather glove, 1. Crutch, wood, 2. Pick, iron, 3. 3 and 2. Ah, I got them backwards. Fine. Time to make an elephant rider? Yeah, literally. Although you will need a lot of points to start with an elephant rider. It's like 1,005 points, but that's moddable. I like taking like a goblin and having like a giant jaguar because they're pretty cheap and they're like very efficient. But yeah, no, you could have an elephant man riding an elephant. Like, you want to be OP. You can be OP. So yeah, no, if you now would probably be a good time to go back to adventure mode if you really wanted to. Because, yes, the boogeymen were ridiculous, but they're significantly less ridiculous now. Or you could be an octopus man riding an elephant. You know, like, there's options. Pondering NetHack? That sounds like a very dwarfy thing to do. I mean, also, when it comes to games that are dwarfy-ish, there's also, like, this, right? Clanfolk, which recently released. This game's interesting. It does a lot of things that I wish Dwarf Fortress would do. Like, tools, for example. Every workshop requires tools to function, and you need to maintain and upgrade the tools. It also has seeds, although it does have the RimWorld problem of it's flat. There's no Z levels, but kind of a neat game. That human will never starve to death, no, so I will just release him. Or I could, like, send my soldiers in and stab him to death. Doesn't really matter, but... Yeah, it got released. It's pretty good. It's 25 bucks. It's actually, I like this. Simple decision tree. Are you a bloody psychopath? Yes. Play RimWorld. No. You should play Clanfolk. It's like Clanfolk, the colony builder for people that aren't psychopaths. How many dwarves do I have in this fort? We have 27 permanent residents and 40 total, which is very low. But we're also, this fortress is 406, almost 407 years old. We started it in year 5 and we're in year 411. I founded this fortress in August 2020. So this fort is weird for that reason. And then if you're a RP heavy storyteller, you play Dwarf Fortress X, right? Psychopath is optional. Yeah, 2-year Longdeath anniversary coming up in like a month. It was like August 28th I put the first VOD up, and I think the first stream was August 24th. The actual scary thing is, as of November, I will have been streaming for 10 years. That's scary to me. Admittedly, it wasn't my full-time job for a really long time, but we're getting close. Let's unforbid these doors. Hate the surviving human who lost 50 pounds in fat with this one simple trick. Sit in lava. Did you just... Why did you just put a bracelet there? That's not what that stockpile's for. I mean, I guess maybe it is, but... It's funny, because the last army had 2 survivors. This one has just 1. I guess technically there was other survivors. They were up on the surface, and they just left. But, you know, it's a pretty badass, like, defense system, if you ask me. And it also drains so quickly, it's nice. Like, look, this is, like, about to start draining already. Like, it's down to 2 in most spots. Like, every siege, more obsidian. I could probably redirect it, but the... Pretty far down, though. I'm actually worried about this, and I'm going to have to do some redesigning to actually make it work. Because what I was thinking about doing was just draining the lava tower in the middle to here, and then building drawbridges into the sides of this to just dump it out from the top of that, but... Won't he suffocate in there? Dwarf Fortress doesn't account for that sort of thing. Trust me, it doesn't. This human will survive because they bugged. There's no starvation. Attackers don't starve, although they can give birth to children, which is fucked up. They don't die of thirst. They don't starve. They have their minds turned off, so they don't actually think. There's a lot of like weird tricks to make invaders actually work and not fuck your frame rate. But I can't tell you what his thoughts are because he has no thoughts. This is all I can see about him. Because he's not part of my faction. Could also, of course, just send my military in and stab him to death, which is also a perfectly valid option, but... It's not a real being. Yeah, pretty much. How have you been lied to? Also, how's our very depressed dwarf doing here? I was confined! Such misery. We're going to have to expel this dwarf the second they get released from prison. That or I could release him early and then expel him, but then he'd run away with this superior quality iron... Wait, no, not that. Fancy sheep's wool rope, encrusted with cushioned black pyrope cabochons and made with sheep's wool. The thread is red with red root dye. The object is adorned with hanging rings of chestnut. On the end is an image of a mongoose in silkstone. In what? What'd you say? Siltstone, not silkstone. I can read. Need 2 more picks. And we're in late winter, 16th of obsidian. But yeah, no, this, I will say, is possibly the most niche stream you could ever find on Twitch. I sit here streaming Dwarf Fortress and then talk about vintage audio gear. Like a compliment that I got ages, also rubber ducks, yes. And play your games with a mouse. But one of the best compliments I ever got about my stream was, blind stream isn't the type of stream you realize you're looking for, but when you stumble on it and it's the stream for you, you're never going to leave. Which I think is kind of funny. I really need to add Rat Jam as an emote. I always forget. I'll be honest. Because I do have Cat Jam, but I always forget to add Rat Jam. Rat Jam's better than Cat Jam. I don't know. I don't like having a ton of emotes in my chat. Never really been something that appealed to me necessarily. I was always kind of a part of modern Twitch that... You prefer strawberry jam. I'm more of a blackcurrant jam person myself. But yeah, I don't know. I've never been super big on that part of new Twitch, if I could call it that. Forging iron picks. Yeah, this is almost drained already. Yeah, I don't know. Like, you know, I miss the good old days when, like, this was an emote. Like, I guess, like, I kind of come from the era of IRC a little bit too much. Like, I miss when everybody was just spamming raise your dongers, you know? All that shit. Back when Twitch chat was absolute abject chaos instead of just mostly chaos. Yeah, exactly. That kind of thing, you know? Like, you can say a lot with just this. Actually, one of the things that bothers me the most about YouTube is I'll try and do that, just like 0 slash as a wave, right? I'll try and do that, and it'll like make it into an emoji. It's like, YouTube, cease. Stop it. I don't want to post an emoji. I just want to fucking wave at people. Christ, let me be an old person, so I have to like put like a space in between the 0 and the slash to make it work. I wish like I could just like toggle emoji on and off. Just quit it with your universal Unicode bullshit. I don't need none of that. Don't need none of that. But I don't know. I like my emotes. A lot of the popular ones I don't have in this channel because a lot of them just kind of incentivize spam. It's the same reason KEKW is I'm stupid in this channel. Because to me, that's really funny and creative and amusing, and I like it that way. Are so prehistoric? Yeah. 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 I once matched with somebody on a dating app, which didn't last very long and eventually just stopped talking, who got real upset with me. Well, not real upset, but like upset with me because I, what's the word I'm looking for here? The reason they were upset with me was because I didn't have iMoji installed or couldn't install iMoji. Anyway, yeah, that one didn't go very far. They're just like, how do you not have iMoji? I was like, the fuck's that? It's like an emoji extension thing for iPhones. It's like, well, I don't have an iPhone. How the fuck do you not have an iPhone? Yeah, it lasted about 10 minutes. Like, yeah, this ain't gonna work. Bye. Meeting. Well, go meet in your meeting. I thought, the thing is, like, you started lurking maybe, I don't know, 4 hours ago, and I don't think you've said anything since, Daily, and now you're just like, be back later. It's like, I didn't realize you were still here. We'll see you when you get back from your meeting, dude. Have a good meeting, though. I think that they're both scary, personally, but like that smile, I will actually sometimes request people stop using that like default smiley and like swap to like either that one or just do like B smileys. Gotta play CSGO with some friends. Not that I like the game anymore, but they're still my friends. That's a really good, are you actually gonna go play CSGO with your friends? Well, have fun, but too bad your friends like bad video games. Hey, at least they're not making you play Valorant or something, you know? At least they're not making you play Valorant. It could be worse. Fuck Valorant. Absolutely. I mean, Valorant's recording people in the US right now to, like, teach their anti-curse word AI stuff. It's weird. How do you swap to the speech bubbles? I think you need to have Twitch Prime or Turbo, but, fuck, it's been so long. Hold on, let's see if I can find the settings screen to find that. Reminds you of Zuckerberg smiling? He doesn't smile. He pretends to have humanity for a few seconds at a time. Yeah, so you go to your settings on Twitch here, like on the main menu of Twitch, and then it's under Prime Gaming. So if you have Prime, you can use the old school monkeys from Justin TV. You can use the speech bubbles, or you can use the defaults. I use the speech bubbles because I have Prime. But if you don't have Prime, although I've ended my Prime subscription, but I still have Prime. Man, I've gotten like 50 YouTube subscribers today. That's crazy. You don't have Prime? Yeah, okay. I mean, just don't use the, like, just use this smiley, you know? Without the space, obviously. But that one on the default's fine. It's literally just like the colon bracket default smiley that's the problem. That's a nightmare to look at. Didn't know the monkeys still existed. They do if you have Prime or Turbo. Every now and again, you'll see somebody who's old using them. If they removed them, there would be a small riot, I would assume, from people who've been playing or using Twitch for too long, like myself. But yeah, my entire hope from Premium Dwarf Fortress is that I can grow this channel a little bit, because my YouTube channel's been doing well, but growing my Twitch channel has been a challenge, and 50 to 60 viewers is not great sustainability-wise and puts too much pressure on a few viewers to help keep the stream funded, and that's not fair. So I'm really hoping that post-Steam release, I can get above that 100 view count marker again. It's been so long since I've been there consistently. We're entering into spring. Which means the game saves. Which also means dwarves could theoretically die of old age. I've got like maybe 5 or 6 dwarves that could theoretically die of old age right now. Which is interesting to think about. Damn, saves are starting to take a while on this install. All right. Doesn't look like we've lost anybody. Actually, I think I lost a merchant, potentially. Anyway, Fortress is 407 years old. 407. A whole 407. A goddamn long time. Can also turn the fountain back on up here. Hasn't quite melted just yet, but can turn it on regardless. Yeah, no, there's a lot of features that still exist in the weird, seedy underbelly of Twitch that Twitch doesn't want you to know about. Yeah, no, there's a lot of features in the underbelly of Twitch that Twitch forgets about. It's also part of the problem is, like, Twitch probably doesn't actually want you using them. Like, I'm pretty sure Twitch doesn't want people subscribing to Twitch Turbo, like, just at all. Which is kind of a shame, because Twitch Turbo is really useful and nice, having ad-free viewing, but they never managed to make it quite work properly, and it has features that Prime used to have, and then they put all those games with Prime, which make no sense, which is strange. And then they eventually removed the features that were actually useful with Prime, like the ad-free viewing stuff. Which sucks, but I don't know. I don't like this platform in particular, but I also don't like YouTube in particular. However, what I do like is being able to make content and give it out to people for free. So I'm gonna keep doing that, regardless of if I happen to like the platform that provides the server space to do it for free. Comments seem to have slowed down finally. Also, I wonder, are these open? Apparently investments are open to anybody who wants to invest their tickets. So this dwarf, the second they get released, is going to get expelled because I can't have tanchering dwarves killing multiple dwarves in the fort. Dwarf wants to help people, and you also want to fight. Thinking about putting you in the military, Blood Cat. About it. Let's put you in the military. We'll get the military training. Bloodcat is one of the younger dwarves in the fort. Who's currently reading Do You Know Do you know Ignorance? Yes, I do. It's called America. But yeah, if anybody wants to invest their tickets, investments are open. Last time I'm going to mention it. There you go. Go be an elite wrestler. All right, lava is draining out. I'm going to lock the dwarves back inside temporarily for the next little bit, while I wait for this lava to dry up enough so that I can open up this drawbridge and let the human out. Also going to set all of this, no, to not remove melt, just to melt. And I'm going to claim all of the metal in there. So all of that gets to get turned into more iron. Which is going to be a lot of iron. A whole lot of iron. But yeah, no, we did get some new faces today in the stream, so I just have to say a real quick thank you. You know, everybody who's tuned in today. To those of you who help keep this stream funded, because I get to have this really cool-ass job, but I wouldn't have this job if it wasn't for you guys. Oh, thank you. You know, so I listened to this one podcast, right, called Chilluminati. And one of the guys who runs the podcast decided to go full chaotic evil and use those AI image generators to generate images of pregnant Pokemon, and then post them on the Twitter account for it. Which theoretically, you know, not the worst thing you could do. But now keeps asking other people and keeps enabling other people to do the same thing. It's like, so when are people going to post more pregnant Pokemon content on the internet? And everybody's just like, no, stop. Just fucking stop. I keep looking over at Twitter now and seeing that. It's been a lurky 10 minutes, Raz. Thanks for the attempted invest. Apologies, the bot stole your tickets. If anybody needs help or have any questions related to Dwarf Fortress, do give me a shout. I'm just going to be kind of rambling. So the game thinks that this human's on fire, but the human's not actually on fire. So because the game thinks this human's on fire, but they're not actually on fire, they're just going to run around in circles until the door opens, and then they're going to walk up to the surface and then cease to be on fire, and then they're just going to walk off the map. What the fuck did you miss here? I was complaining about a podcast that I listened to. So I listened to a podcast called Chilluminati pretty frequently. It's trying to not die. Tell me if you need help. I can assist. And one of the hosts of that podcast discovered that you could open up DALL-E Mini, that free image generating AI, and just type in Pikachu pregnant and get weird pictures of pregnant Pokemon. Anyway, started tweeting out a bunch of those on that account, the account for the that podcast on Twitter, and then so now keeps tweeting occasionally about, so when are more people gonna post pregnant Pokemon? That is, it is very much so. Welcome back, Stone. So you had a nap? Hey, Squag. You got a gift bestowed on you. It's good to see you, man. You know, that has to be one of the best videos on the internet of all time. That whole WikiHow video of how do I get pregnant. One of the best videos on the internet of all time. You guess? You guess you had a good nap? Well, I mean, if you did sleep, then it must have been a good nap. You must have needed it. It's all deranged. When you give people some semblance of anonymity, we learn truly just how deranged people are. So human trying to leave. We just need enough of the lava to dry up that they leave. And where's Banana at? Have we let Banana out yet? Serving raspberry wine. I kind of wish that this dwarf just got a brutal beating so that we could just like beat them to the point where they're no longer a threat to us physically. But yeah, I think we'll do like maybe another 30 minutes of this fort and then we'll swap. Well, then I'll go do lunch and play some music and then we'll jump over to the other fort on the good biome in the Plank of Nations. Can only half remember waking up. It's 5:30, no light on, walked into the bathroom. Your reflection didn't exist. A chill, and then you opened your eyes and you're in your bed and it's nearly 10 p.m. Sounds like you had a good nap. That was definitely sleep, yeah. This part isn't that hard anymore. You just need to learn what buttons to match to the right time. Well, if you're trying to do something specific and you need help doing that specific thing, we can either write down the commands or I can just show you too. When it comes to things like building, just remember, literally all your dwarves need is food and beer. Beds are generally optimal, but more or less optional. How'd it go? They all got burninated. Although one of them managed to bug out and not burn to death, so I'm waiting for him to leave. We won, Pablo. I'll put it that way. I'm sure we'll get another siege. Speaking of the other fort, my entire military just died. This was a fucking toxic cloud forgotten beast. They killed the beast, and then like 10 minutes later, they all died. It was like, they all just started bleeding and died. It's like, cool. It's lovely when all of your blood just like ceases to be in your veins and pours out of your pores. It's great. It's fantastic. Lovely. Don't you love it when you oops accidentally no blood in me anymore? Poor military? Yep. I could have made that fortress more secure though. I've opted to make it not very secure for entertainment purposes. You have a false wake-up dream that looks like you slept far longer. How long were you actually gone? Maybe 2 hours? Wasn't really that long. I mean, you were here for fall. We're in early spring now. Hour and a half? Sounds like a good hearty little nap. But, you know, thank you much for tuning back in. Chat, I'm not much of a tattletale, but this guy playing Genshin Impact in the Dwarf Fortress directory, someone just go pop over there and just be like, "Oi, you're in Dwarf Fortress, not Genshin." You do believe that man is on fire? Yeah, but should be dead, not dead. So the not dead is the problem. The on fire is not really that big of a deal. So I'm just kind of waiting for enough of the lava to disappear so that he can leave, so that we can, you know, go back to normal in the fort. Letting other things kill it. Shooting it with ranged weapons. Dropping a rock on its head. You know, many things. A lot of different options of that would have been better to do with that Forgotten Beast than what I did. So, doesn't really matter though. I didn't. But also, hello, Brahms. How are you? It's a good day. I hope you've been well. Also, kind of a neat little reminder. This weekend, me and my stream team are hosting a game jam called the Summer Game Jam by Halcyon Frequency. There's a link in the chat if you're interested in joining. It starts in 1 day and 9 hours. We do have 20 signed up participants. So, kind of a fun little thing that we're hosting this weekend. If you feel interested, or if you've ever made a game in the past or want to try and make one. No, because the second he gets to the surface, he'll cease being on fire. You'll see what I mean in a few minutes. Although one of them did show up for this siege carrying a ring that I sold them. It was an artifact ring, which obviously has been burned. But, yeah, one of them showed up wearing an artifact ring that I sold them. Maybe 100 years ago. You know what? What if I just lock him in there? How about we just do that? We can just have a mascot for a bit. A game jam. It's like a hackathon. It's when a bunch of people make a game in a week. Or a weekend, rather. They have a week to make a game. Ah, he's gonna make it out. Dang it. Oh well. So it's essentially just we are encouraging a bunch of people to make a game this weekend. And then the highest rated submissions, depending on how many submissions we end up actually getting, like completed projects, we're going to play on stream. Should be fun. Basically just like a weekend workshop where a bunch of people are encouraged to make a game. And there's a hashtag associated with it, and you can communicate with us on our Discord during the event. And we'll do our best to promote everything that's made, and yeah. Human gets out because we didn't pull the lever in time. But you'll see what I mean in a minute about how they don't actually... what's the word? Stay on fire. Oh, wow, he did stay on fire this time. Okay, the last time when they came up to the surface, they ceased being on fire, like, immediately. But yeah, he's just going to leave the map. What's going on? I'm waiting for a burning human to leave my map. Bye-bye, Human Torch. There you go. Can now release the dwarfs. Why were they burning? Because I set them on fire. I mean, yeah, because I set them on fire. Luki is someone else's issue? Yes. Not very nice. They attacked me! I wouldn't have set them on fire if they didn't attack me in a siege. They started it? It's true, they did. They attacked us first. Melt. 0. I'm gonna send you to Veiled Clasp for right now. We can bring you back in the future if we need, but... Hundreds of years of friendship stone. Many, many years of them bringing us generous tributes twice annually from multiple cities in their faction. For hundreds of years. Hundreds and hundreds of years friendship ruined by a fraught attempt at our dwarven sovereignty. Bah! We're the good dwarves? I mean, they've just been paying their taxes. I mean, come on. I'm not saying that we directly threatened them with the promise of war if they didn't bring us stuff once a year. That was our great-great-great-grandfathers that did that. We didn't do that. We simply live here. It's a protection racket. TLDR, they brought us a tribute for years and years and years and years and years because we demanded tribute via the civilization screen, but they finally attacked us after like 100 years of them bringing us tribute. Oh. One item there set to melt. Well, interesting. Don't have enough farmers specifically to get all this harvesting done, so. Yes, no, they are tributing bodies. Well, actually, no, they're bringing us tribute in the form of raw iron from the armor that's left. But, Jalvin, did you come in from the YouTube channel, if I can ask? But thank you for the follow. Hello. Hope things have been well. Well, thanks for coming over. Cheers. It's rather difficult to convince people to go from YouTube to a Twitch channel these days. It used to be a lot easier, and then YouTube started competing with Twitch directly, which I think is very silly. And now they don't like working together. And people are like, I stay on this platform, which is, I guess, fine. But how old is this world? Well, this fortress was started in August 2020. The world is 412 years old. When we started, it was year 5. No, because my Twitch contract doesn't let me. But trust me, that's not a very good way to do things. I know some people who have in the past. Pablo. And I wouldn't do that even if it was an option. I like focused streams. I don't really like when streams are spread over multiple platforms. It degrades the quality of the stream pretty quickly. But it is the year 412, which means the fortress is 407 years old. I mean, I could theoretically, but it would have to be like a different camera and stuff, because I can't stream the same content at the same time. But no, I wouldn't do it even if I had the option to. The longest fort you ever had was 25 years? I mean, this is the playlist for this world. I'll give it a second to load. And if you'll notice, most of these are like 5 to 10 hours. Hey, Wogarden. Yeah, no, this fortress is a thing. This fortress is a thing. This fortress exists to prove to people that frame rate death is not something that's inevitable. Yep, you helped name it, in fact. Stone. When was the last time the FPS was above 50? It goes above, I mean, it's in the high 40s right now. Or in the 30s, probably. But pretty frequently. I mean, it goes up and down depending on what's going on in the world. If there's a lot of violence, or enemies on screen or birds on the map, it runs a bit slower, but when it runs well, it runs just fine. Hold up. Join my Discord and go to the Add a Word Stories room if you're confused. Elmsify your mayonnaise creamy goodness made icy. Beefcake with pork pies fried in... Wow, there wasn't actually that much for me to read, sorry. Oh, garden. But all caught up. We'll see you when we see you. Nuclear sneeze. Only 2:13, so it's still afternoon for me, but we'll be on for another 6 hours at least. Only 5 hours in. I mean, I get comments pretty frequently from people who claim that they won't play Dwarf Fortress Premium because the game isn't multi-threaded and thus FPS death is inevitable. They're like, oh, I have so much problems with FPS death in the game right now. I'm not going to buy this until they fix that. It's like, look at this. Fine. Like, yeah, it's a little slow, but it's fine. Which is just plain silly. But some people still think that that's a problem, but... You know, is what it is. Whatever you do, Dwarf, don't trip into the lava. Yeah, that's like the only consistent thing that still causes it, is a cat stuck at a door. How do you respond to that in not a rude way? I asked, what exactly are you doing to cause FPS death? I have a fort that's 400 years old that runs at an absolutely playable frame rate. Like, it's not 60 frames a second, but it's perfectly playable. I don't know. To me, Dwarf Fortress is just like Cities Skylines, where it's not going to run perfectly. It's never going to run perfectly, and I don't need it to run perfectly. I don't play it because it runs perfectly. I play it because it's cool, and there's nothing else quite like it. I don't think so. I mean, if someone says they're not going to buy anything, I'm not going to assume that they're going to buy the thing, you know? But yeah, I mean, like, I think most of the major causes of frame rate death have been fixed. It's like dwarves getting stuck in trees used to cause it, and now it only happens if a dwarf is in a tree and then you try and send the dwarf off map and they can't get off map, but then all you need to do is chop down the tree and it's fine. You just mod it and create a new world, and then you realize that you messed something up and make a new world? Yeah. I mean, I've never made it to the point of modding the game, really. I mean, I'll install other people's mods, but I really like that Star Wars mod. I'm a big fan of the things like Long Night, although I haven't actually streamed that mod. Overhaul mods, that sort of thing. The Pokemon mod's pretty great. I played a little bit of that off stream over the weekend a couple weeks ago. That's a cool mod. Yeah, I'm a big fan of total conversion mods for Dwarf Fort. What do you mean, like top 10 highest sellers on release day? Or player base wise, because I doubt it'll break the player base, but I'm hoping that Dwarf Fortress is in the top sellers on Steam for a little bit and gets 10,000 concurrents. That's my hope, is 10,000 concurrent people play Dwarf Fortress on launch day. Whenever it finally releases. Speaking of releasing, ain't this octopusman dapper? I mean, look at him. Look at him. He's so goddamn dapper. And the little, where's the other one? Oh yeah, Grumpy Hippelman. Looks like he's ready to punch a bitch. You need this guy as like the bouncer. And our little slug boy. Little beetle guy. Raccoon Man on the surface was your favorite. Scorpion. But, Kid Fox decided to go horny on main and post this disgusting image on their Twitter. It's a worm man. Not what I thought it was when I first saw it. Not at all what I thought it was when I first saw it. I was like, that's a bit, oh, This is worming. Doing worm things. Although, I gotta admit, that's the proper response. Yakuza quality. Just worm things? Oh, absolutely. Name that Pokemon. Penis is what I named that Pokemon. Definitely has some hentai vibes. Yep. It's something worm wasn't your first impression either. The problem is the tip of its head? I don't know what that bit of the worm is. The top of the end of it. I think you know what I'm trying to say, chat. The problem is that it looks very penis-like. As somebody who sees one every day, I'm not entirely certain it looks like what they wanted it to look like. Needs to be more curvy and have no headline. That or it's just really funny. I keep on like expecting to just get bopped. Like get my Twitch account taken down for showing a picture of a penis, but you know, frankly, if this channel gets taken down for showing that, worth it. I'll take the day off or whatever. Well, then what happened? Although there's no chicken people. I was going to say, then we could literally have a hen and a tie, and then you could have a hentai running around. Phallusmon. I'm not going to ask what the phallus powers would be for Phallusmon. Although I guess you could have like an ostrich man. And you could have an ostrich hen. running around. I don't know. Yeah, talking about the head doesn't help. No, it makes it worse, doesn't it? Truly just makes it worse. I'm kind of happy I didn't include that image in the video because how much do you guys want to bet that the video would be age restricted right now if I had? Yep, it was the 10th. It was actually the 8th most wishlisted game for a little bit. But like all the games that are above it make sense, you know? And a lot of them are like recent additions. I think it's going to be 16th soon because I'm pretty sure that for some reason people like Uncharted. For some reason people like Uncharted, and it's like Uncharted will probably pass Dwarf Fortress, I would guess. I would assume this will probably pass them. But yeah, that, and if you look at that looks vaguely phallic. I mean, that's just a lizard. But you know, if we dive into SteamDB for a second, which I've done like twice today, Dwarf Fortress is API release date is September 30th, which isn't the day it'll be released, but I kind of think it might be out in September sometime. Kind of think. I will also say, Dwarf Fortress wasn't getting like server updates very frequently up until a couple of weeks ago. Now they update it maybe once every day or so, sometimes every other day. Bay 12 may get DDoS. Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was like, I really hope that this little website here, especially if Classic gets updated on day one. Real curious to see if their website holds up. Because you know that I'm going to put up a video saying, all right, Steam Dwarf Fortress is released and Classic is free with the same UI, go play it. You know that I'm going to make that video, right? Not that it's going to get like 1 million views or anything. I don't know, it might, but doubt it. I can't wait to make that video, though. It's something that I'm looking forward to. Just don't like to say thank you for keeping us so up to date all the time and all the work that you put in. Cheers, dude. I mean, it's not... I wouldn't quite so say it's so much work. It's more like timing. Although there has been a couple of times where like they were late on a post and I was outside and on a walk or something. And I'll get a ping on my phone saying that Bay 12 updated. I'll look at it, it'll be an important screenshot. I'll be like, God damn it! And I'll run home. Like I was watching the VOD for the Formula 1 race when the news update came out on Bay 12 about the classic screenshots. I was literally just sitting here watching the Formula 1 race, and then my phone goes bzz, bzz, because I have an RSS ping, and I looked at it and I was like, oh, Bay 12. Went over to their website and looked at it. I was like, oh, God. Just like stopped what I was doing, edited the thing. An hour later, video's up. Yeah, you don't have to look at the DF subreddit every day. You second the constant updates. I'm glad people like them. I keep getting worried people are going to like get annoyed with the frequency of them because they are pretty frequent, but I don't think that that's maybe a legitimate worry, you know? It's just freaky to me how well my YouTube videos have been doing recently. Like, they're actually getting enough views right now that I'm making above, like, my coffee fund on YouTube. Like, I made $20 on the 25th on YouTube ad revenue, which is kind of crazy. What's my plan around release for content? Well, I will probably make a video about a release date if they post a release date. But it depends on how early I get it. I plan on having a video that goes up right as it's released, stating it's released, and also to go check Bay 12 for Classic if that's going to be release day and date. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to... I don't know, because I get worried about irrational things for Anna. I'm going to have like I'm going to do a couple basics tutorials videos, like not like the kind of super in-depth teched style of things, but just kind of my style of like just me explaining the thing. So I'm going to do like a UI overview. I want to do a video that's every single biome and what it looks like. Hello, Kumiz. I want to. I'm going to do my like basic tips videos, but those aren't really big tutorials, and I don't plan on doing huge tutorials. I'm going to kind of leave the tutorial stuff to Tekid. I'm going to do basics stuff. That's about it. Like maybe like a couple 30-minute basics tutorials on like what you need to start a fort without a tutorial, and then surviving in a basic biome, and just some tips. I'm going to do that kind of thing. And I'll probably do the same thing with Classic too. So do one in ASCII and one in with the graphics. And then have a not let's play, but like a short kind of like maybe a 4-part series of just building a fortress. Not really as a let's play, but just over explained. Like a newbie playthrough basically, which will be separate. I'm planning on doing that. I'm planning on doing a video on how Legends works and why Legends cool. And then just what I do, which is I will live stream a bunch of stuff and put it up on YouTube. I'm also going to, am I going to do a Let's Play all the way to the mountain home? Probably not. Like I said, it depends on how early I get it. If I get it 3 weeks before launch, probably. If I get it 3 days before launch, absolutely not, because I will be streaming. So, absolutely not. Because that would take me like 20 hours, and I'm not going to do a 20-hour Let's Play. I'm not a Let's Player. I'm a streamer. Have their heads named Chiltelium? It's found in earthworms and leeches. Secretes of acid sac in which eggs are stored. I can't read that. That's more disturbing than it just looking like a penis. Like genuinely stating that. So, no, I don't plan on doing a To the Mountain Home. But I will do videos of, like, this is what the demons look like. This is a dragon. This is getting attacked by a dragon. I'm going to do stuff like that. More just overview stuff. I'm not much of a tutorials person, and I'm also not a Let's Player. And I don't want people to think that I am, right? So I don't want people to subscribe to that kind of content, because that's not the kind of content I like to produce. I like to do the news, and I will do basics tutorials and some overviews, and like, here's setting up a basic fortress in like a Let's Play kind of format, and that's about it. But can you guarantee a how can you guarantee a dragon attack? Generate a world with a lot of dragons. Crank the dragon meter up to maximum in the game's settings folder, and then build a fortress on a dragon hideout. Build a fortress on a dragon. But yeah, just generate a world with like 50,000 dragons in it. And make it a pocket-sized world. Problem solved. Dragons everywhere. I'll probably make videos of forgotten beasts. Depending on how cool they look. Stuff like that. I'm trying to think of other things that I'll do. I don't know. I have ideas. I've also, like, considered hiring an editor for the week. But I also don't really have that kind of budget. So I don't know what I would use them for. Hey, chat. Guess who just offered me money? Nike? NordVPN? That's a close, but no, not NordVPN. NordVPN's never actually offered me money. Come on. Think memes. Stone's on the right trail. Yes, Raid Shadow Legends just offered me $1,100. Yeah, let me click on this and see. Actually, I'm assuming it's $1,100. It's usually what they offer me. Let's see, how much are they offering me? Doop-a-doop-a-doop. Doop-a-doop. Ah. No, they're lowballing me. God. Raid Shadow Legends has chosen you for their newest sponsored campaign. The more campaigns you complete, the more offers you will receive, and start getting paid for your streaming content today. 16 days. Earn between $650 and $1,150. Stream this game on PC and reach your goals to earn up to $1,150. Don't bother tossing money at me until I know what I'm going to do, especially if it's for something specific. You wondered how that game got so much attention? It's because they have no actual budget for their video game, and all of their budget goes towards throwing it at streamers to make them stream it, and YouTubers to advertise it. But we'll figure that out like a week in advance. Like I won't know until it gets a little closer. I'm not even certain I'm going to like if they give me the premium version of Dwarf Fortress to start working on videos like 3 weeks in advance, I won't need an editor. But if I get it 3 days in advance, I will probably just like email my brother-in-law and be like, dude, do you want to edit videos for me for a week? So, you know. If you ask me, it's weird that Fellow has a mouth where its hearts am. And, what's his wait, what? Oh, you mean the worm man? The worm person? Oh, wait, the worm man fan. I think I like the official art a lot more than whatever this is. So, the bump. Like, this isn't a worm. This is like 60s condom marketing. That's what that is. That is a different kind of worm, shall we say. A very different kind of worm. Anyway, all of this armor is just getting melted. To not look phallic. Yeah, this is true. I guess it's kind of hard. It's the hard knock life of being a worm. You know, it's kind of funny in regards to the Raid Shadow Legends thing. I'm a big fan of Jeff Gerstmann of Giant Bomb, previously of Giant Bomb and GameSpot and various other games publications, and has been writing about video games for like since the 90s. But he recently left Giant Bomb and now has a Patreon unto his own and streams on Twitch like 4 times a week and records 2 podcasts and makes YouTube videos because we're all just content creators now. And within 2 weeks of him starting a YouTube channel and a Patreon and his own podcast and everything, he started getting emails about Raid Shadow Legends. He's like, so I made a business email and for this here account, and within 24 hours I received and then just read the Raid Shadow Legends email. I was like, yes, you too. But he, deleted it, as you damn well should. You're just watching someone create a tile map. Oh, were you watching Trash Mac? I think that's what Trash Mac was working on. But hello, Mira. How's Millennium Fort going? Well, we're almost at half a millennia. We're at 412 year in late spring, the 16th of Fell Sight, which means we're getting close-ish to halfway there. We're 407 years old. Yeah. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress streaming community is pretty small, so everybody kind of, at the very least, more or less knows one another. Pingu is what happened to you for a second, Stone. You know, I've never really seen Pengu outside of the internet. Like, I've seen Pengu in memes, but we're at war with the humans. So right now we're cleaning up all of this lovely iron armor and swords and bows and shields and stuff that was lovelyly donated by them unwillingly after I dumped a lot of lava on their heads. So, you know, we're now melting that down and turning it into usable substances. Cooler, I have a question. Soul frame, thoughts? Because I haven't had a chance to ask you about that yet. Since you're my local Wafram exploit. Or expert. No idea. There was a butt in that trailer. That's my thought. You'll wait to see? Gotcha. All I know is that there was a butt in that trailer to the point where it's like, man, that's like not safe for Twitch. Damn. I don't think it's going to have anything related to souls. But, you know. I think them calling it soul frame doesn't mean it's necessarily a Souls-like. I have a feeling it's probably going to be the same-ish genre, but more melee-oriented. But who knows? But fair enough on the no opinion thing. So how long do you think it's going to take for this guy who's streaming Genshin Impact in the Dwarf Fortress directory to realize that he's streaming Genshin Impact in the Dwarf Fortress directory? Or is he actually streaming Dwarf Fortress as well? What the hell's happening on this stream? He's doing like a weird multi-stream thing where he's playing many games at once. It's very strange to me. People compared it to Elden Ring so far, so you don't know? Oh, huh. That's weird. Maybe there's DF in the corner. I don't see no DF. I just see Genshin. All I see is anime legs. And it's distracting. It's the reason I could never play Genshin Impact or any games like that is because I'd just be way too distracted all the time. It's like everybody's just playing these games and I'm just like, well, number one, this is a fucking casino, but also I just have ZZ Top's legs stuck in my head the whole time. Maybe I should play Warframe? Why? So I can be distracted by very well-shaped booty? Because, like, that's the one thing that Digital Extremes has proven that they're good at time and time again is making butts look really good. I mean, you know I'm right. Come on. It's like them and Kojima Productions. Extremely well-modeled ass. Lovingly modeled. It's the reason why Solid Snake is terrible in Smash Brothers is because his ass looks awful. Maybe you can try streaming Dwarf Fortress in the Genshin directory. Just name your dwarf stuff like... Hold on a second. They have a character named Dextrose? Because that's literally something that, like, keeps me from dying. IRL. What the fuck? That's really strange to me. It's like naming a song Blood Sugar. Who would do that? Pendulum? That's one way to think about Smash the Snake. I mean, he would always win if his butt hadn't been nerfed. There's a character named Sucrose. I don't know. I haven't played a single second of Genshin Impact in my entire life, so. Never once played it. Although Genshin Impact is a big enough game that I'm almost surprised there isn't like a Genshin Impact overhaul mod for Dwarf Fortress, but although since this abomination exists, I just want somebody to take that, right? And replace it with a very, 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 very high definition picture of Earthworm Jim. So instead of having that weird penis walk into my fort, just Earthworm Jim with a laser gun walks into my fort. Well, yeah, and T. Like Oolong, favorite Dragon Ball character. Speaking of everybody's favorite Dragon Ball character, how you doing, Chups? How's things, man? Doesn't Classic look rad? Like, I'm so excited. So excited. I literally squealed in my chair like a fucking fangirl when I saw that. I was like, what? The one nice thing about being single is I don't need to explain to my partner why I'm screaming at my monitor for no reason anymore. Classic looks great. It looks so good. We should try and DDoS Bay 12 the day it launches because of too much traffic. But yeah, looking forward to it. Dragon Ball characters are named after food. Vegeta. Think about it. He's a vegetable. Kakarot. Carrot. Yes, they are literally named after food. Oolong, yes, hold on. I'm literally going to the Dragon Ball wiki. Dragon Ball character, not tier list, just character. Characters list. List of Dragon Ball characters. Also clothing like trunks. Bulma is like a type, is like a blouse that you wear. There's somebody named Chizo, which is literally like a type of, and then there also, garlic exists. Frieza is a freezer, obviously. Some of them are named after, yeah, like there's Chai, who's what, like, these are all different pig characters. Oolong, Chai, missing a bunch. They got Pan, they got Pickle. Yeah, no, they're all mostly named after food or like plays on various foods. The Briefs family, yep. They're all different types of underwear. Oh, hey, Wikipedia is asking me to donate money again. It's that time of the year. Warframe added a whole extra tab in the options not long ago with options for accessibility, but last time you checked, they haven't added in a butt slider in there. Damn it! Well, the game's still unplayable. Nah, I don't need to play Warframe, but that's good that they added accessibility options. It's good. They're still better at naming characters than you are. Yeah, everybody's just Urist. Urist, these nuts, etc. I don't do that for anybody because I think that I literally feel like that word has become a slur at this point. But yes, I do occasionally contribute funds to Wikipedia because I use Wikipedia all the time. But currently, too busy donating money to these guys. My noise. A wiki can maybe get my money next month. Although, fortunately, next month's almost here, so. Same with Bay 12. Sent them an extra $20 this month. Ah! The enemy have come and are laying siege to the fort. So to those of you who missed the last siege, we're getting another one. Wait, actually. Baddie enter. Let's just close this. Another BBQ? Yeah. More like BBU. Ah! I'm not seeing any dwarves up here immediately upon quick glance, so... I won't say that word on my stream. There's certain words I won't say on my stream, and that's one of them. For one thing, it's actually a bannable offense to use it as an insult on Twitch, so I just kind of want to be careful about that sort of stuff. That's one thing. Like, you can get your Twitch channel removed if you let people use it as a... or temporarily suspended if you let people use it as an insult. But it's literally like... I don't like that word because it's... I'm going to belittle you for supporting something you want to support. So I don't want my audience belittling my audience for supporting me. And it's shitty to belittle people for, let's just say, supporting a charity or a useful organization like Wikipedia, right? So when you say, well, here, I'll just say it. If you're saying, do you simp to Wikipedia? No, I contribute to Wikipedia. I'm not simping on anything. I mean, especially considering, like, the actual use for that term is, like, you subscribe to adult material that person produces, which is also kind of shitty because if you want to support somebody, regardless of the type of content they're making, you're supporting them. You're not that term. And I don't know. It's a shitty way to describe something that people shouldn't be shamed for doing. It's just mean. So, no, I don't like using it. Sex work is real work. Yes, that too. You know? I'm like, to all those OnlyFans out there and people being like, yeah, I'm going to go simp to this OnlyFans. No, you're not fucking... You're contributing to an OnlyFans because you like the work that they produce. Doesn't matter if that work is just something you go and jerk off to. Like, fucking... What? I don't know. To me, it's weird. It's very weird to use that word. I'm not a huge fan of it, but... I also won't stop people from using it. Anyway, where are these humans at? There are they at. That's... Ooh, whoa! Why is there 2 dead humans? Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. There's 2 dead humans. What the fuck killed them? There's no combat log. All, like... Why the... There's literally no combat log. All I can... So I had a big lag spike a little bit ago. We just finished the full moon. I wonder if one of these humans is a were creature and killed them off screen so they were bleeding when they walked in. It's just a theory. Because we just finished the full moon, so that would be pretty decent timing for that. And that would explain why they're already dead. Huh. Alright. Weird. I should lock them inside for a month and see if one of them becomes a were creature. Also, there's quite a few this time, and very few of them are actually recruits, which is scary. But you don't think it's the same here? Injured migrants are usually injured because they came from a previous fortress, but have you ever had ones actively, like, bleeding? Like, I've certainly had migrants with old injuries, but nothing, like, fresh. Chat, I've been live for 6 hours. I need to take a piss. I'll be back in a sec. Just gonna pause the game. All right, we can unpause. Needed to a quick piss break. Oh, hey, there's actually one human that managed to get way further ahead. Harry Lure. Harry Lure. Ugh. That's a name. It's okay. We managed to get cages up and set up, so. Double toast with mushroom, enmer, and chopped peanuts and grilled carrot. I have plain cheese sandwiches for lunch, but it'll be fine. Nothing fancy. I stick with the fancy stuff for the weekend. It's midnight there in 5 minutes? Yeah, but I don't think you're at work right now. Your first meal of the day? You fasting or something? If I only had one meal in a day, I might die. To put it blunt. Alright, so hopefully those capture the first few. 3 more weeks with this one of vacation. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, see, I don't get vacations, really. A long vacation for me is like 3-4 days. Maybe. Hey, boo. Long time. It's good to see you. You know, after my backpacking trip this weekend, when we finally got down the mountain, we walked straight into the Safeway that's at the base of the mountain and just bought a fruit salad. Because, like, we just spent 2 days up a mountain in pretty high temperatures, sweating our balls off. Just, like, stupidly hot up there. It was lovely. It was a great trip. But, like, you know, we don't want to get completely eaten alive by like mosquitoes and such, so we had like full pants on, and like we're wearing bug spray, so you're like sweating through the bug spray, which is not pleasant. And like we get to the bottom of the mountain after like halfway hitchhiking down because we kind of got stranded on the mountain for 5 hours again in direct sunlight. So we're sunburnt, sweaty, tired, and kind of hungry, and we just walk into the Safeway and buy a giant bowl of fruit salad, just sit there. Just it was very good. Definitely like best highlight of the trip right there. It's eating a fruit salad afterwards. Okay, that's enough. 2 more traps are now caught. Yeah, 3 more coming. And here comes the majority of them now, I think, finally. Yeah, there's the actual cluster. And the rest are all spread out all the way back. It takes humans so long to actually get into a trap like this. They don't like walking through them. Pink Fluffy Llama.
Payday today.
Happy payday. Thank you very much for the 17th month. Welcome back. Jack, gonna get a big round of beers for Pink Fluffy Llama, keeping that sub alive. Cheers, dude. All right, so I've got 3 more consistent. 1, 2, perfect. 3. It won't take the humans too much longer. But what you been up to, Pink? I'm about to set these humans on fire. But I need to wait for the rest of them to, you know, get down into my long tunnel. Yeah, that's the big crowd right there that we like to see. All going down at the top. Hello, Tofu. What up, dude? Bonk. Okay, that captures another one. So it's 13th of Hematite. Does anybody know what day of Hematite is full moon? Or does anybody want to look that up? Because I don't have the wiki up right now. Are they attacking me? Yep. This is an enemy siege. These are all humans attacking my siege. Or attacking via siege, rather. But it's okay. They are falling directly into my trap. The 19th of Hematite? Okay, so just a couple days then. So when this human should get caught in a trap, let's just make sure that you do. All right. Yesterday and today I worked on more statistical project using algorithms to build a widget for a case study web page, and then this evening you were planning an email scheduling system for a web app. Sounds pretty fun. Sounds like a decent creative job. Congratulations, you did it, Rez. Now feel proud of yourself. Hey, Disco Waffles, what up, dude? Yeah, I know. I'm usually the person who tells people that exists. I'm just curious if one of these humans is a were creature, because they arrived during the full moon and 2 of them walked onto the map dead. So, just keeping an eye on it. Got a tab of burning down the house ready to play? Hell yeah. Burning down the house. You over here. It's a pity there isn't a version of that song that's burning down the human. But see how much you hug the walls. I just got invited to a Twitch beta? What? All right, I'll look at this later. I just got invited to a beta feature of Twitch called Moments. Don't even. Sounds like fancy clips. Anyway. Boink, there you go. That's 1. That's 2. Okay. $15th. Do you have a moment to talk about your Lord and Savior Amazon? Amazon, I don't know about. All right, let's pull the levers now. This one. And this one. Viewers will receive a moment badge that links to the clip. Was it just like giving a clip an arbitrary award? Shoutouts to this human. Rackville Cut Praised, who damn near died to the door slamming shut. Little did they know, that just saved their life. Anyway, it's time to turn on the barbecue. That should get shut in a sec. And whoosh, there we go. We'll have a nice char. Sure. Cloud points for being present for when a clip was made? Huh. I wonder if that's a feature I'll ever interact with. The answer is usually probably niet, but we'll see. Allow the great cleanse to begin. Mostly just vaporized, yeah. That's the reality. They're mostly just getting vaporized. This human's still standing here. I mean, he'll leave the second, like, the siege ends, which will be once most of these guys are dead. Also, all the ones in the cages will burn in the cages, too. So they will just be empty cages. Hi, sir. Community of DF have any expectations of Steam release date? Maybe two to 3 months from now. 2 to 3 months from now, I would guess. They're aiming for fall, so... And they feel good about fall. And Fortress mode is playable from end to end. I really do believe it's happening. I know it's coming. It is coming out this year because financially they need it to come out this year, so it's happening this year. I mean, it would take another year if they were going to do adventure mode at the same time, I would think, but like we have a mock-up for what classic will look like, which will probably be out at the same time. Which I put up a video about 2 days ago. Yeah, I mean, it's very far along. When I spoke with them on the, what day was that? The 15th? The 14th. When I spoke with them on the 14th of this month, they said that it'll be at this, unless something major happens, and by major I mean like unless there's another pandemic, it'll be out this year. Or like, you know, if there's a house fire and they lose the code base or something, it'll be out this year. If it doesn't come out this year, something is really bad. Like really, really bad. Happened. So as long as nothing terrible happens and the world doesn't end a third time in 2 years, you know, we'll be fine. I keep on refreshing my YouTube channel because I'm getting like damn close to 11,111 subscribers, and I want to get a screenshot of the 11111. A lot of it, Chups, is the headphones you use. And whether or not you have an amplifier plugged in. But yeah, it's a lot of... It's, what's the word? Diminishing returns is what I would say. Man, this guy right here just barely made it past that flow. Hey, Dark Sora. We are charcoaling some humans because they decided that it would be a good idea to attack the dwarves. Well, they're learning that it was a bad idea to attack the dwarves, in fact. So monkeypox it is. Good thing monkeypox is an STD or an STI, so you're mostly fine. As long as it doesn't mutate. I can tell you we know for a fact that they won't be. Disco. Because they've changed how a lot of jobs work. But the last time they broke save compatibility, some clever modders were able to make certain people's saves work. So, I mean, there probably will be a way if there's a will, but the question is, do people really care? I have a question, though. Why does it matter if saves are compatible? Just generate a new world. Especially with how quick world gen's going to be. I mean, I probably won't ever move this save file over. I'll probably just keep playing it in this version. The shitty compression details and then more than mid-quality ones. Or just don't have audio files with shitty compression. I really don't want to talk about monkeypox, my guy. I mean, if you want to talk about monkeypox, go elsewhere. Will the worlds be compatible? I literally just said no. Well, actually, no, I said saves, but. In what way? Niagara. An up-and-coming Dwarf Fortress player. Damn right. How much time would it take to see 90% of the game? Yes. So this trap is permanently ruined from the lava floor? No, I drain it out the sides. It'll drain out in a couple of minutes. A few weeks? Yeah, probably. I mean, like, realistically, like, I have no idea how much time, but to see 90% of the content, okay. One fortress from base game to mountain home, and then a couple weeks of adventure mode, and you could see most of it, but 90%? That's such an arbitrary question. I don't know. It depends on how quickly you pick it up. But, like, you'll never see every single possible combination of randomly generated creature, as an example, or artifact. So I guess it depends on what you define as 90%, but... yeah, I guess that's what it comes down to. It depends on what you define as 90%. But, like, to see every biome run around in adventure mode, Dwarf Fortress isn't really a game that has content, though, because it's so boutique from world to world. Dark gnomes. Or rather, just gnomes. Mountain gnomes, not dark gnomes. Because there's two types of gnomes. There's mountain gnomes and dark gnomes. Mountain gnomes hang out in good mountains. Dark gnomes hang out in evil mountains. Was gnomes. Gnomes, which look identical to fucking geese. Yeah, it's a bit like asking how long does it take to see 90% of Dungeons and Dragons. It's like, well, how much do you want to see? Like, I mean, if you're saying like how much time does it take to see all of the gameplay content? 10 hours of Fortress mode, 40 hours of adventure mode, probably to run around all the different types of worlds and get stuck in a very big city for a while. And then mess around in Legends for a bit. And theoretically, by that point, you've seen all of the gameplay, but... Gnome's just making me think about the band Gnome, which is rapidly becoming one of my most listened to bands right now. Please tell me that's a seed. Ah, plum pits. Those are fine. Designed to fight the entirety of the monster manual would look like? I have no idea. But yeah, no, I don't know. It's a weird, that's a hard question to answer. It's actually, here's a good way of putting it. It's like asking, how long does it take to see all of the content in Minecraft? It's like, well, not that long. But there's a lot of servers with a lot of really cool shit on it, and a lot of really cool mods that it'll take a long time to see. Dwarf Fortress is kind of like that. On the surface, not that long. Cooler said, a couple weeks. But if you actually want to get the most out of that, a lot more. It's definitely a game. Like, I've put 1,200 hours into this one Fortress. But I'm also a oddball, and I don't recommend playing the game the way I do. So I mean, Dexy, have you actually played the game? Out of curiosity. It's more like The Sims? Yeah, that's actually a pretty good comparison. But, like, if The Sims also had Kenshi in it. And randomly generated monsters. But, like, because, like, Dwarf Fortress doesn't just give you a map, right? Dwarf Fortress generates you a world. And this world can have thousands, maybe millions of entities. And these entities are humans, goblins, elves, dwarves, gnomes, animal creatures, intelligent and unintelligent, randomly generated monsters, dragons, underground dragons, whales, and then it doesn't just generate you a map, it generates you lands, okay? So that land calculates rain, erosion, the traveling of people on the land, where they've been on the land. It generates settlements, factions, religions, guilds, books, forms of poetry, forms of music, musical instruments. And of course, like, a lot of it is like, it's modular pieces put together, right? So like an instrument could have a keyboard, it could have bells, it could have tubes, it could have a blowpipe, it could have like a bagpipe type thing. But like, it'll be different pieces like crammed together, but you're never really going to see the same combination twice. Certain factions have randomly generated language, like kobolds have their own randomly generated language. So do angels, but that's not actually surfaced anywhere unless you manage to play as an angel in Fortress or in adventure mode, and that's a whole thing. You can do that, by the way. There's gremlins, there's like, I will go like 100 hours without seeing a gremlin in a world and then generate a world and then see 15 gremlins in 20 minutes. And it's like, asking how do you see all the content in Dwarf Fortress is almost impossible to answer. Stuck in a world generation and started a tutorial, and the game seemed to be big, but the tutorial guide said it's very big, and I was curious how big. Did my ramble of the last 10 seconds answer any of that question? The fact that it generating a world, like, generates hundreds of years of history that is readable. Well, I mean, the generated Kobold language sounds like this. It's mostly just gibberish. But you also need to remember that Dwarf Fortress is a very easy game. Even if you crank the difficulty up to the maximum and play on the hardest possible biome that you can find, Dwarf Fortress is a very easy game. And you need to kind of remember that. So, as daunting and scary as Dwarf Fortress can be, it's not hard, right? The game is not hard. It's a rather easy game. So the game becomes rapidly more about you kind of contorting the game into playing... Yeah, those are the pre-written languages, though. Dark Sora. But very quickly, when you play Dwarf Fortress, it stops being a game about just, you know, defending a base, and it starts becoming a game about playing D&D, but you're the DM, and the computer made a world for you, and you are DMing all of your dwarves. It's basically that. And then if you play adventure mode, it's like that, but you either control a small party or a singular character. And that's kind of Dwarf Fortress, which is why when people are like... When people talk about other games that are inspired by Dwarf Fortress, that's the part that's missing, is the part where it's less of a min-maxing management game or a tower defense game or a combat strategy game. It's less of that and more of a... Yeah, it's not hard. It's obtuse and complex, yeah. It very quickly becomes a game about role-playing with yourself. I love how there's just like one human not in a cage anymore, and then there's just a few in cages that are just going to get torched. Or did these ones survive? Nope. Okay, so the humans in these cages do die. Today I learned nickel is magma safe. RimWorld is a tower defense game that pretends it's like Dwarf Fortress, and it's a little bit like Dwarf Fortress in some ways, but it's really not like Dwarf Fortress in any ways that actually matter. Which is kind of a shame. Because it could have been so much cooler. But. And then next to Dwarf Fortress, we have Odd Realm, which is like, if Dwarf Fortress is Minecraft, Odd Realm is Terraria. So there's also that. Just the reason I like Odd Realm so much is it's like Dwarf Fortress, but it's also completely different. Yes, you did hear your name cooler. Just like I hear my name all the time when streamers say that they're blind. And I'm like, no, I'm blind. You're, I don't know, Dan's Gaming. Blah. But I don't know. I'm looking forward to everybody being able to pile into the premium stuff when that releases, and the free classic update when that releases. I'm so excited for everybody being able to pile in. Well, Donkey just posted a review of Stray. I know what my evening entertainment is. This story happened? Yeah, I know that they're making the different tiers of Fortress a little bit less abstracted, so it can be a bit more of a goal. But yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress is not a game about... Congratulations, you winded! Or winded. Winded? Winded. You won. It's not really that kind of game. Me too, right? I mean, like, remember, this is current DFUI. Well, actually, that's the mini-map. Nobody uses that shit. That's the current DFUI, right? And then that's the current military screen. And then it's like, the new classic UI? Hold up. Edit. I just need to click that button. Boop. Look at that. Look at that. It's so good. Holy shit. I don't know. I'm ecstatic about this. You stopped playing DF after the Great Green Horde came and to knock on your door and you fucked up your army, sending civilians to fight instead of trained warriors. I mean, sounds like it's time to start a new fort in the same world and extract revenge in the format of stabbing them repeatedly in the head with swords. Yeah, I don't know. I've gotten some pretty negative comments about the new look for Classic on YouTube, but that's YouTube comments, so they shouldn't be taken too seriously. They're just dense, uneducated children who have never played the game before, so they don't really have opinions that matter, and that's fine. So, yeah, I mean, you know, I think Classic looks phenomenal. Oh, absolutely. I mean, all of the modability of Dwarf Fortress is still the same. Like, that hasn't changed because of premium. So, yeah, absolutely. You can have your custom tiles and everything. Nothing but savages on YouTube. I don't know. They can sometimes be pretty wholesome and sometimes very entertaining, too. So, yeah, no, the interesting thing about Classic, though, is it's the same UI. So just take, I don't know, fucking Vetelinger's tile set or like Space Fox or something, and then just play virtually the same game as Steam, but with a more ASCII-looking UI. Done. And to all those people who are just like, that don't have graphics, it's like, well, here's a tile set that's almost the same detail level as the Steam version, and there you go. Have all of the fun. You ask me, I ask you. Ask ye these nuts. All right. Although I had somebody say that they thought that the ASCII was ugly, but they spelled it like this. So, you know, I think their ASCII's uglies too. Oh, no. I know, right? I also want to see what Krug Smash's tile set would look like next to that UX. Tarn also said that you'll be able to swap out all of the glyphs. Some of the stuff in that temporary UI though is placeholder. Like that's very much just like a real quick scratch run. Wait, what? Ghostly Merchant has risen. Oh, there's a dead merchant here? You must have died on the first. Shit. I missed the notification where a new body popped up. Whoopsie. That's awkward. You thought your cemetery floor was depressing? Yeah. 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 There's also the little maze. One layer down. Of some thicker paper and put his fave treats inside it. The silly thing hasn't touched it. What, are you trying to make him tear the paper apart? It's an old fort. Old fort needs lots of body space. For you to dig one further in. I got plenty of coffins, I just Need them to deliver it. You don't think his teeth are sharp enough? The poor guy! Poor little hamster. He wants his treats, but can't access them. They're hidden behind a very deep force field, making it nigh on impossible. Battery's just going, all right, human's going to open this up in a few minutes and give me my treats, most likely. He's too spoiled. Hey, Witcode. But yeah, another thing that I'm actually planning on doing around release, because Pablo Rasta was asking me earlier what my plans are for release. Something else I want to do around release is either like the week before or 2 weeks after. Haven't decided yet. I want to have probably 2 weeks after. I want to have Zach and Tarn on again and just talk to them about releasing premium. Hopefully it'll be a happy, good conversation. Looking forward to that one. So dwarves live between 160 and 170 years old. After they hit 160 years old on the 1st of spring, or I think it's actually 150, but on the 1st of spring every year, they have a small chance to die, and they're guaranteed to die at 170. So every single one of the original 7 dwarves have died of old age. And that ghost is haunting us. We need to get this sorted. So every single one of the original 7 dwarves have died of old age. As well as all their children. If you stop giving him food, he gives up and heads inside. You know, honestly, I would too. If I had someone that just gave me food every day and they stopped giving me food, it's like, all right, time to go back to the computer. You forgot some orange lemonade in the freezer for just cooling. Almost 6 hours later, it was very well chilled. I had to use the blunt end of a knife to burst the hole to the liquid inside. Hey, at least it's probably very cold. This seems like a net positive. Okay, there we go. The Skoid the Third is placing an item in the tomb. So the ghost will go away. How was my hike? It was fantastic. I got a lot of mosquito bites on my ankles, but aside from that, it was great. Great. Had a little overnighter. Watched the fireworks from the side of a mountain. Wandered around at night. Drank some whiskey at night on the side of a mountain. My friend dropped the water bottle off a cliff and then went and fucking got it at 1 in the morning. Yelled at a bear. Kind of got lost on the long route home and then found our way again because we snowshoe those trails all the time in the winter, but we don't generally do them in the summer. So that was an adventure. Got stranded on the top of the mountain because we couldn't get an Uber, so we hitchhiked down. Yeah, it was a great trip. Had fun. Yelled at a bear. It was very far away. Very far away. We were on second peak. There are 3 peaks on this mountain. We were on second peak. It was past the 3rd peak. So it was like 4 or 5 kilometers away. And we saw it off in the distance. We went, hey, bear, what's up, bear? And the bear walked away. We had a kettle and we were banging on it just to make sure that it knew that we were there. There was some half-naked hooligans with a ghetto blaster or very loud Bluetooth speaker at on the second peak too, on the first peak, so we could hear them, so the bear could probably hear us. A bear can run 50 kilometers an hour. These are small black bears. I've spent my entire life around black bears. I'm not too worried about black bears. We're also smart about how we store our food and don't keep food in our sleeping space. Like we know what we're doing. Black bear don't want to eat human. Brown bear, grizzly, Black bear, fine. They're more interested in, like, the garbage that the pub at base camp has. Yeah, bears are sprinters. They're not marathon runners. Or the cuddliest bunch. Yeah, I would not go within a kilometer space of a polar bear. Same with a brown bear. I will stay very far away from brown bears and grizzlies. But black bears, meh. I'm more concerned about cougars. I'm not concerned about bears up a mountain. Cougars, yes. Those I'm concerned about. Bears, meh. I literally, like, the house I grew up in the summer, we'd have between 5 to 12 bears walk through our yard a day. And our yard was full of stuff for them to eat. We had plums, blackberries, apples, gardens. We had tons of stuff for them to eat. And so growing up, I saw bears constantly. So I don't know, we had bear spray and, oh yeah, we're fine. Not too worried about bears. We had whistles. There's cell reception up there. It's a pretty safe place to be yelled at by a bear, I would say. Or yell at a bear, I guess. Gonna lurk for a bit? Alrighty. And I'm opening up my Twitter account again. Here's some shots from the trip. Various plants. See, we were on second peak. That's third peak. So the bear was, like, down there. That's my hammock. That's the view of Vancouver. That's another one of my hammock. Fireworks. As all the fireworks from up here. We bared it? Yeah. It could barely tolerate us. It was cool. That's me. Some snow, because there's still snow up there. More Vancouver. Yeah, it was a good time. It was a good time. We used to have, what's it? I used to have to go outside and shovel bear shit before mowing the lawn. Because let me tell you, there's few things in life that's worse than pushing a cast iron lawnmower and then hitting a bear scat. There's few things in this world that smell worse than pushing a lawnmower, minding your own business, and then the smell of bear shit on a hot summer's day. There's very few things in the world that are worse than that. In fact, I would say that is one of the worst things I've ever smelled in my life. You have brown bears in Sweden, wolves too. We have wolves. They're just not very common this far down, or this far south. They're further north usually. I've seen lynxes. The one time I saw a brown bear was in northern BC on a fishing trip with my dad, and it charged his truck. And so he slammed on the gas, and we drove past it. But it chased us for a little bit, which was very weird. We also saw a lynx on that one trip. Saw this video of a mama bear and her cubs playing with a garden swimming pool. Generally, when people get attacked by bears here, it's because they're just idiots. Like, I was talking to one of the park workers after we were back down to base camp on Mount Seymour. Because there's a ski resort at the base of it, and so there's a restaurant down there, so there's always people working. And he was saying that he was once driving up to work, so up the 14-kilometer stretch of road to the mountain, and he saw two people outside of their car walking up to a bear taking photos. And he says that he pulled over and just went, "You do know that's a bear, right?" People just like, I don't know. They don't realize how dangerous bears can be. But give them their distance. Be mindful and respectful of them, and they're generally fine. That sucks. Also, your girlfriend's aunt must have a lot of cats. All right, addition has been made. All right, well, all of the humans are dead in the trap, so I can go up here. And I can pull the lava whoosh lever and pull the lava drain lever, which is going to close this drawbridge and open these drawbridges, which is going to just let all this lava flow off. Flow away. You'll see how this is going to work in a sec. Once I unpause the game and they pull the lever. And then once this drains down a little bit and we hit, well, I guess we're going to hit fall in a few moments. Heads up, Stone, if you're still here. Then I'm going to go do lunch, play some music for a little bit for you guys, and then we're going to start up the other fort and play that. Then we'll play that for another couple hours, and because I've been streaming for almost 7. I think we'll go up to 7 for this fort. And then we'll stream a couple hours of that, and then we'll play a couple hours of Cheese Runner, and that's going to be the stream for the day. Well, and then we'll do some, what's it called? Music in the evening. So that should bring us up to a nice 11 to 12 hours of stream. Investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. Just a heads up. You're eye to eye with a lynx in the middle of a fucking town. Really weird. You were so pickled you could barely walk straight. Prettiest fucking animal you've seen in the world so far. I saw a lynx, like I said, from the window of my dad's truck, and yeah, it's a beautiful giant cat. Almost trampled by a female Eurasian elk, and let me tell you, I almost shit my pants when it took off right in front of me. I saw a video relatively recently. I want to say it was on Nature is Fucking Lit, the subreddit, of a elk outrunning a train, which is wild. They pretty much pulled Dwarf Fortress CPU killer worth of cat every year. Wow, that's crazy. Although you need like hundreds of cats now to kill your frame rate in DF. The one time I got close to doing something like that was when I had way too many dogs. But you have a good night, Chups. Thanks for hanging out, dude. It's good to see ya. And also just thank you to everybody who's been coming in from the YouTube stuff. It's really difficult to tactfully promote Twitch streams from YouTube without just being obnoxious, so. You know, it's funny because there's a number of people have commented that they should make it possible to swap between classic and premium with a button press, because I can kind of do that right now. It's like full screen, I just have rectangle ASCII. Right? Bam. ASCII. But non-full screen is just normal. So it's like, I wonder if we'll be able to set up premium so that we can just hit one button to swap. I think that would be pretty rad. The animals have crazy stamina? Yeah, tell me about it. I was also, I mentioned this yesterday, but I think it would be kind of neat to either have like a very expensive channel points redemption or like a tip amount or something where you can force me in from like current or from Steam version graphics to classic for a little bit. It's like Donate $10 to make me swap the classic for 10 minutes or something. I think that'll be real neat. Once all that's out. I think I need to pull this lever. I need to go request some more merchants because our population's getting a little low again. Didn't mean to sleep for 4 hours, then stop taking naps. Naps are not a healthy lifestyle. Like, they're great when you need them, but if it's a daily thing, it's actually really bad for you. You're supposed to sleep for 8 hours, and naps break up your sleep cycle in a way that's not super healthy. Are the arrows traps? No, they're just old ballista arrows. So I had a king. Well, I have a king, actually, but this king asks me to make crutches and picks. I had a king who would mandate ballista arrows. And by the end of that king's reign, I had like 1,800 ballista arrows or something, because they were the king for like 100 years. So those are just leftovers. That means you probably need water. Bastet. Wasn't that you? No, you were the mayor, Taylor. And you mandated crowns, mostly? And scepters. What was I going to do? Crutches 1. No, that was Cheers Jamie, the king. Yeah, you did. No, maybe not. Apparently you didn't. Definitely in other forts. I could give you a merchant if you want, but their life expectancy isn't as good as the normal dwarves. People don't generally want their names on them because of that. All right. Going to request some dwarves over here. Oh, I don't actually have a manager or a messenger currently. Make it Arch, the tavern keeper. Like looked like you took a shower in your clothes. How hot is it over there, Robert? Outside right now, I think it's 32. Let's see. 32 outside, yeah. You'll go to sleep now? Alrighty. I mean, we got a little bit of time left in this fort. And then after this fort, I'm going to go do a lunch break, and then we're going to play a different fort, which is on a good mountain, on a good biome, which will be fun, hopefully. But 80% humidity? It's not that humid here. It's like 60% humidity. Cheers, Dark Sora. Till next time. I mean, what's 31C to F? 87, so it's basically like 90. I keep refreshing my YouTube channel because I'm at like 1195 subs. I want to get a screenshot of 1111 I only need 16 subscribers to hit 1111. 11. That's how that we know that I'll be one. $64 times 23C. That's not so bad. I really like the feature that Discord has added recently that shows a little leaf next to somebody who's new to the server. It's a super neat little feature. Okay, let's see. One thing about the humans invading me is it's rapidly increasing the number of dead. I mean, like, pretty goddamn rapidly. Like, just look at this. There's so many being added to the list so quickly. Lava draining. At least no humans bugged out this time that I have to release. Could probably actually just let the lava flow out into here too, but takes maybe 5 minutes to drain real time. It's pretty quick. Quite happy with it. All of the humans in lead cages just burn up in the cage. Then they can replace the cage afterwards. Super effective, very efficient. I really like it. It's a good trap room. The whole thing. Turned out very well. Although I do like how this side is actually too big and it doesn't actually need that much and it doesn't make it to the edge of the map ever. I think it's kind of funny. This spot here it does. This spot sometimes makes it to the end. But this one doesn't. Too wide, I think. I think if I put a construction in between the two, it would have made it to the end, but... yeah, I don't know. The hottest weather I've been in this year, though, was when I was in Montreal. Because it was like 90% humidity and like 40 degrees, it felt like. It wasn't actually 40. It was like high 30s. It was like 36, 37 or something. Which is pretty close to 100 Fahrenheit. If not above 100 Fahrenheit, approximately. That was really hot. Glad I don't need to do that very often. I'll put it that way. I'm very happy I don't need to do that super often. All right, so I'm going to add all of these bits up here to the meltdown stuff. I'm going to remove melt from these cages because as well keep the cages. Everything else, though, can be melted. Almost made it to fall. We're at the 24th of Galena. Popping back for a bit. It's been good. It's been nice. How's things, Infinity? I hope things are all beef Wellingtons. There's something about Dwarf Fortress Molten Rock, which I think is such a cool opportunity. It's like, this is mudstone, right? But it's melted mudstone. This is mudstone. Something about molten rock in DF that fascinates me. It's like, wow. It's rock that has melted. I don't know why that's fascinating to me, but it just kind of is. Have you completed that mission yet? Okay. Are you telling me that you started to go out onto the mission and then went home and had a nap? Yes, you did. Oh no. Do you know what the cause of the anxiety is, or is it just general anxiety? Because anxiety? Because generalized anxiety is the worst. My phone's vibrating. It's probably my aunt. Can confirm. It is in fact my aunt. Oh, hey, I just got a temperature safety warning on my phone. Extreme temperatures. Please bring water when going outside. Thanks, phone. If I'd quite consider 31C to be extreme temperatures, but it's certainly hot. Alrighty, dwarf. You're gonna sleep, and then when you get up, you're probably gonna go eat. But I need you. Okay. So this dwarf, Tygo, over here, right? Tygo has a plum, a grape, and a strawberry. Bunch of crowns. In that coffer is, or in this chest is, let's see, cloak, socks, mittens, probably cloak, leather glove, more gloves and, okay, hold on. Okay, this is what's in his cabinet. A cloak, a glove, hood, glove, cloak, glove, hood, mitten, cloak, glove, shirt, trousers, mitten, vest, cap, shoe, mitten, trousers, dress, shoe, trousers, mitten, trousers, cap, shoe, glove, trousers, cloak, shoe, trousers, mitten, glove, hood, shoe, cap, shoe, mitten, sock, all in that cabinet. That's a lot of items you have there. I mean, I guess you do own 179 items. Killed a bunch of humans. It's been a while, though. Very happy dwarf. Pretty greedy. I had a therapist appointment yesterday, and you talked through some burdens in your life, and it's just flaming up a bit. I got you. It's not that bad, ATM. How's the stream in the Fort Bane in the meantime? Pretty good. Pretty good. A lot of excitement boiling because Dwarf Fortress is very soon TM. I've been torching humans with lava, which has been good. For us, not the humans. Yeah, it's pretty chill. Quite the wardrobe? Yep. Variety of things. But Darren, how's things? What's up, dude? About to go to lunch, though. I'll be honest. Today, we're kind of just chilling out for a little bit until fall starts and trying to get a couple more dwarves in the fort via merchants. But, yeah. Just waiting for this dwarf, Arch the Second, to quit sleeping. Autumn has come. Stone, heads up if you're here. You have a migrant. A dwarf void zombie? Oh, that's awesome. Undead migrants are actually great. Especially intelligent undeads like that one. Because they have no thoughts, they have no emotions, they can't get upset, and they never sleep and they don't eat. And they don't drink. But they operate like a perfectly normal dwarf. They're great. Yeah. So 2 sieges, 2 tributes. She's 209 years old. Probably looks like she's 45. Or 20,000 years old and partially decomposed, one of the two. Void engineers? What's that? The other human faction that we're not at war with is here to give us tribute. Looks like they've brought us a sort of ring, I guess. Kind of looks like it. Still crazy that my little YouTube channels had 20,000 views in the last 48 hours. That is the most views I've ever had in a 48-hour period. Not the most views I've ever had in an hour. The most views I've had in a 48-hour period. Which is kind of crazy. If you ask me? Kind of fucking crazy. Kind of mage from a game you used to play or relates to White Wolf. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Because the Void Walkers, I think, are the names of one of the factions in Odd Realm. I think it's the Void Walkers. I don't know, but they have void magics, which means they're really good at avoiding things. Can you go worse than having a zombie guard? I mean, theoretically could live a lot longer. I had an undead necromancer mayor in a fort once whose beard caught fire and he burned up. High Master Rider, legendary tracker. Makes sense. First combat experience in a migrant wave. Labor is minimal. I mean, are they all in one piece? And the reason I ask that is sometimes zombies are missing weird limbs or appendages. But if they're all in one piece, make them your military captain. Like, put them in charge of your military. They can't get bad moods. They'll never get tired, which is the main cause of dwarves dying. They can train up a bunch of skills, get really good at military shit. Like, having a squad of zombies is like the strongest possible squad you can have. Assuming, as I said, they're not missing any important bits. Because if they're missing important bits, then, well, that's not very good. Let me know when you want me to scroll. Stone. Huzzah! They brought us 10 chicken blood. Just what we always needed. Hey, some parchment sheets. I can make choirs. One enormous copper corkscrew. Yeah, that's the thing that was on top of the pile. Rose gold amulet. I have to take a look at that. Kind of like a big one. Let me know when you got it, Stone. You probably got it. I'm gonna give you 5 seconds. 4, 2, 3, 1. Doop. Let's see. Let's take a look at that. Bigger than the last? Well, it didn't include a horse. I got something to do with it. Got so many anvils in here. What the fuck? Probably went past it. Whatever. Let's send the dwarves one prepared reindeer lung. I mean, sometimes I think it's just a bad joke. Yeah, they had to kill 2.5 reindeers to prepare the dwarf. Come on. All right. Well, I think that's enough Longdeath specifically for the day. I'm hungry and I need to use the restroom, and we've been live for 7 hours. So I'm thinking I give you guys some music for about 10 minutes while I go eat a sandwich and do my lunch things. And then when we return, we'll be picking up the Plank of Nations, which is my good biome on a good mountain on with lots of good gnomes everywhere. So if you're here specifically for DF stuff, stick around because there will be more in a little wee bit here. Aside from that, if you want to support the stuff I do directly, there's a link to the Patreon where you can purchase sound commands that you hear on stream sometimes. And if you want to see other things I do, there's the YouTube. If I could get a round of beers, that'd be fantastic. And if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat room. And if you want to help us out, if someone tunes in, be like, streamer getting food, because I will be AFK for about 5 minutes, about 10 minutes. So, when I mute the background ambiance that you guys has, launch up my other, well, I can launch the other instance of DF when I get back.
Sandwich!
You know it.
Crank this motherfucker up.
As he says, wake this motherfucker up. Anyway, I will be back in a couple minutes, like I said. If you're peacing out, I'll see you later. Otherwise, I'll see you when I